bitch. Hey guys, what's going on? We got some crazy shit happening. Give me that one, let me know that you guys can see it, hit me in the chat. This is so crazy. Give me the one, let me know that you guys can see it, hear me in the chat. All right, just scrap it. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Catherine. The Kremlins are in full effect. I was already on. In case y'all didn't know, I'm late because I wasn't late. You know, what? I was late because I wasn't late. Because I was sitting there talking to myself. I got over the 90-day fiance a while ago. I know what you mean. It's crazy as hell. But we're going to try to cover a lot of this stuff. So it just won't be Sister Wives, just so folks know. It just won't be Sister Wives. It'll be, and when I do the 90-day fiance, the way I like to do it, I don't necessarily, you don't have to watch the show. It's not required. Because I like to talk about it as far as the issues that are presented on the show. Like the dating issues that I see on the show that kind of strike me and I say, what the hell? YouTube is my time machine in the house. What's up, what's up, what's up? I see you. Rochelle J in here. I told you to plug it in. Yeah. I was plugged in, just wasn't turned on. High James party doesn't start until you walk in. So never late. JJ Spell. I appreciate that. Where you at? I appreciate that. You know, this stuff, man, I tell you. One day I'm going to be smooth with it. One day I'm going to be smooth with it. I'm going to just click it on and it's going to start and it's going to be no problems. Everything going to be in full effect. I'm going to be rolling, doing my thing. But that day is not today, if you understand what I'm saying. Raspberry said bring sugar and spice and everything nice. I'm trying. They trying to hold me down, Raspberry. You know what that's like. When they trying to get you, trying to keep you down. But you can't keep a good man down. As they used to say back in the day, you know. A good man is hard to find, but a hard man is better to find. Like, that's just the way it works. Coastal Diva said, I can't get in a 90-day, 1-minute show is enough. And I completely understand. Actually, the way this all started for me, just a little story time. The way this all started for me, yeah, the Kremlin's got my number, Sam Stewart. You know that's right. The way this all kind of started for me is that I will walk through and my wife and my daughter will be watching like some of the reality shows. And I would stop through, especially when it came to 90-Day Fiance, because I wanted to have conversations with my daughter about dating and like love and romance and all that. And I didn't want it always to be like the preachy kind of conversation. So 90-Day Fiance was a gateway for me to be able to have those type of conversations, especially in the early stages of these relationships, as these people are starting to get to know each other and they don't necessarily have something established like they do in Sister Wives. These are established relationships. Like these people have been together for three decades. So to come in and say, oh, this is what she should have noticed off rip. It's a little late. It's a little late for that. All right. Amy Garcia. Aviles. I hope I got that right. $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Please look at the Love After Lockup, LOL. You know what? I started to watch that, and I'm glad you brought that up. I think I might have to do that on a different day. Just because, like, Love After Lockup is crazy. Like, that's a different kind of crazy. So I think that almost deserves its own time because it's so insane. Oh, I just asked that the moderators check your emails. I sent you guys a message. So I just want to make sure we get that out. But yeah, thank you so much, Amy Garcia. Appreciate that. Hey, what's up, Audrey? Hey, how you doing? Oh, okay. Coastal Diva. I also have a daughter and don't like the 90 Day show to appear on TV because the people are young and influential. You know what I would say? I think the way they're doing it now, like, and this isn't just 90 Day Fiance. What I'm noticing about a lot of the shows that TLC is starting to put out, these shows are actually becoming a lot more adult, and they're starting to introduce a lot more adult content. So with some of the stuff that they're doing, like when my daughter was like we had started, like she had started watching this like earlier in high school. She's in college now. So when she first started watching this, I wouldn't feel comfortable with her watching the show, starting to watch the show now in high school. Like especially the early years of high school, because they're so far into it now. It's like it's way creepy now. Like especially with just the explicit nature of some of the things that they show. There was a one point during like a previous season of 90 Day, they had the young lady come out. They had her whole like, I got mouth herpes, and the woman had to decide whether she was going to be with him or not. Be with him in the biblical sense, like you know what I mean. Like, be with him. Follow him, like that. Get to know you type stuff. Like so, when that happened, she came out. She decided she was going to go ahead and do it because they had went on vacation and she wasn't going to waste a good vacation. Why let a little venereal disease get in your way? So she said, okay, well, let's just do this. And they had her come out in lingerie, and then she's like trying to walk all sexy and then crawling on top of him. And there was a few points that I was like, okay, you can cut now. Okay, you can cut now. Okay, you can cut now. Like, I don't want to see all this. It's unnecessary. Because for adults, if I wanted to watch Freaky Deek, if I want to watch the Freaky Deek in the sheets, you know what I mean? They got internet. Like, you don't have to sit there and watch 90 Day Fiance. You don't need the storyline. What they used to call it, the story arc or whatever the hell it is. You don't need the plot for that type of activity. So, yeah, but I will be watching some of that Love After Lockup, and I'll be doing reviews on that because the dynamic, just to give a little preview as people start to load in, make sure you guys hit that like button on your way in too. Appreciate it. It'd be awesome if you did. Thank you so much, Trouble Cooper. Coop in the house. Oh, wow, with a $19.99 super chat. Chart. Love your take on all things reality. Thank you so much, Trouble. Hope you're in that good trouble, not that bad kind of trouble. That's the kind of trouble that usually follow you around. You can't avoid bad trouble. Good trouble is always good to be into, but bad trouble just seems to show up unannounced with a key to your house. You understand what I mean? Like, who that there? That's Trouble. Thank you so much, Trouble Cooper. I appreciate it. But where was I? Oh, so when I started watching like a 90 Day, or that's why I started watching 90 Day as an intro to like these types of relationships, just to open up to different types of existence. Because what I find, even like talking about the Love After Lockup, what I find is a lot of times when you raise your kids and you try to raise your kids right, do the right thing by them, and try not to expose them to a whole lot of foolishness, when they're not exposed to this type of foolishness, you have to give them the insight so that they know that the way they were raised isn't how everybody in the world is raised. There's a big world out there. There's a whole big world out there with a lot of different people, and everybody who you meet isn't going to have the same mindset, mentality, or point of view that you have. The same approach that you bring to life. Like, you're a positive person. You want to move forward. You believe in folks. You think that everybody deserves a chance. You want to do the right thing always. You want to give people the benefit of the doubt. You're the kind of person that doesn't want to take up too much room or encroach on anybody. There are people who will take advantage of you. One of the things that I've noticed is that good people have a hard way to go. Not just because it's hard to do the right thing, because sometimes it can be very difficult to do the right thing because cheating is always easier, and taking advantage of people is always easier. Like, being selfish and self-centered is an easy way for you to go through life because you're only worried about you and you never consider anybody else in the world. And since you're only worried about you and how you feel about stuff, then Your life is a little easier. It becomes a little harder for people who are concerned about other folks. When you have somebody like, for instance, when we talk about sister wives, and you talk about like the OG3, these ladies were so concerned about the family. These ladies put the family and the kids ahead of themselves. And in many cases, it was like Cody, the kids, then the other sister wives, then themselves. And Cody was only focused on Cody. Like Cody was Codyan. He was doing Cody. So when you have that type of situation, it's important for you to teach your kids that not everybody, especially when they're good people, like everybody wants to raise good kids. But when the problem is, not the problem, but the issue is when you raise good kids, then your kids will consider other people and they won't necessarily consider themselves. But other people who don't have that mentality will only consider themselves and continually take from that good person. You know what I mean? And hopefully that's your child. So you have to prepare your kids. So that's why I always wanted to be involved with some of this. Like, look, see, this is what's out there. When you look at Love After Lockup, a lot of these people are approaching these relationships like with the pie in the sky. And I guess we'll get into it as we talk about Meri's new man and her new relationship. A lot of times when you look at it from the perspective of, I want this relationship to work. This relationship is so great. Love means so much to me. When you approach things that way, then what happens is you'll see that you're all about the love. You're all about the connection. You're all about these emotions and the feelings and everything else that goes on. And the other person that you're in a relationship with isn't. And so therefore they have a clear advantage in this relationship because they don't care if the relationship burns down or if it blows up or not. You're all in and all invested. You think that if I do the right thing, I act the right way, I consider this other person and I show them that I'm a good person and I'm a good partner, they're going to want to be with me. But when you have that relationship, all of a sudden they're not interested. So there's always that. Yes, please. Please hit that like button. Thank you for pointing that out, Miss Roberts. Please hit the like button. Let a player know that you like what I'm doing. Where's Lane Howe at? Lane Howe in the house. Ooh, Lane coming in throwing some heaters. Lane coming in throwing some heaters. Let me see. My dog is trouble. Oh man. Oh man, oh man. Let's see what. That's awesome. I want to get another dog. My dog passed away a little bit ago. I'm going to get another dog. What kind of dog you got? Trouble. Just curious. Just put it down there because I got a dog I want to get. And I'm going to talk about it later maybe. Maybe I'll have to be a little story time. What kind of dog the player plan on getting? So what is this? Lane Howe. What's up, Lane? How you doing? Well, Meri never put anyone other than Cody ahead of herself. Well, you know what, Lane? I disagree. I think that she might have put her daughter, not her daughter, her child ahead of her. I think there were a few times that she may have considered Leon to be ahead of her, but other than that, I would agree. I tend to agree. Susie Q in the house. What's up, Susie Q? Hey, James, so happy to see Sunday night chat this week. Love your take on it all. Thank you so much, Susie Q. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Audrey Bringer. James first. LAL topic. Chance can't wait. Okay, first, love after lockup topic. Chance. Can't wait. Yeah, you know what? $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Audrey. I'm gonna tell you right off rip. Chance is a piece of shit. Like, you know what I mean? You ain't even gotta wait. No waiting, front of the line. Chance is a piece of crap. For those that don't know, Chance is a guy that got out of jail. He convinced this young lady who had kids that he was all about her. She was living with her sister at the time. And both Chance and her sister had, drug issues. So the sister, the problem that Chance had when he got out of jail, I'm going to tell you right off the rip. I have to go back and watch some of it just so I can get up to date or up to speed with what's going on now, the happenings of what's happening now, if you will. But when Chance got out of jail, the sister, having drug problems herself, a lot of the BS that Chance was dropping and spilling, Sis was all on it. She understood exactly what was going on. She knew exactly what Chance was about. And so Chance didn't like her because the niceties and I'm gonna be sweet, super sweet, and I'm gonna tell you all kinds of stuff, and I'm gonna tell you the crackhead songs and all that. It just wasn't cute to her. Yeah, let me see. Oh, just to let everybody know, for the mods, make sure you check your emails, please. Check your emails. Sent you an email. Oh, wow. Jamie Gallant. Oh, I'm sorry, James. My ex kept our dog in a divorce. I was pregnant and had to move in with my mom, so she couldn't come with me. Oh, that's a messed up situation. I may get a new pup once. Yeah, I'm potty training the baby. Yeah, Jamie, smart move. And that would be a hard check. You know what I mean? Check and motherfucking me. You do not want to be potty training a child and trying to potty train a dog at the same time. Like, it's just too much. Like, it'd just be insane. Like, the puppy, like, be poop everywhere. Poop. You know what I mean? You just don't want to do it. Good move. I 100% endorse that. But I mean, it's sad that you lose your dog. Like, you develop like attachments to dogs. I didn't see. Did Trouble drop that? What kind of dog she had? I didn't see it. Oh, my mods, make sure you guys check your emails. Lizzie and Rochelle. I gotta send you one, Rochelle. I didn't send Rochelle one. But just let me take care of that. Yeah, make sure you hit smash that like button. Give me that HBO special. Help a brother out special. Appreciate it. Yeah. Just scrapping in the house. What's up? What's your first impression of Amos for $4.99 Super Chat? Appreciate that. Yeah, let's start talking about it. Let's start talking about it. My first impression of Amos, to be honest with you, I kind of have a weird position of it. I would simply say that with Amos, I know some of my cohorts, like Sarah Howe and some other folks on here, will say, okay. All right. Yeah, mods, I was just saying that. Let me thank folks for the super chats. That's it. But let me take care of that. Because I want to make sure I recognize everybody. But with my thing with Karen is like, I came here to talk about Amos and Meri. My first impression of them was just we have to as people who watch them, I think we care about their situation and we're kind of invested because we've seen Meri in such bad situations with Cody. Like the relationship she had before and how it was rolling out, I think it was rough for Meri. And I appreciate that. But I think that, like, for me, I'm going to step back and let Meri do Meri. Because I've always taken a position that, you know, Meri, Christine, Janelle, even Robin and Cody, these are grown folk, right? And they have every right to conduct their relationships however they want, with whomever they want, however they want. So it's not my role to step in and try to protect them or, you know, try to put my mindset or my feeling on their situation. You know what I mean? Obviously, I have a YouTube channel. I do reactions. So I'm going to comment on things, on people's relationships as I see fit. Like, it's just, it is what it is. But I don't want to come off like, oh, Meri, you should break up with this guy or look out for this guy, be concerned. There's certain things that I will point out as if this was somebody who I was close to. The way I approach it is, if this is somebody I'm close to, if I'm close to Meri and it was my daughter, my friend, Meri is my close friend, and I saw something that bothered me, I approach my YouTube channel as this is something that I would mention to them that we would have to look at or I would want to talk to them about. Right now, with the way things are, let me change my thing over. With the way things are, I don't really see a whole lot about Amos. I don't know what this dude is about. Now, during their Instagram thing, I appreciate what they were doing. They were kind of covering for him. Let me know if you guys think that that's accurate. Do I have a fair assessment? If anybody's seen the Instagram post that Meri had put out, do you agree or disagree that that's what was going on? You understand what I mean? That they were trying to cover for him before the bomb blew up. So they're a little, like Meri, I can tell she's a little nervous. She's moving fast and she's assertive about it. And, you know, it is what it is. Been a long time. She shouldn't have left you without a tough beat to step to. I'm about to drop some Rakim. But it's but she's doing a thing. And I have an opinion about where Meri is, but I'm going to hold off on it because I want to know what you guys think. And I want to, you know, kind of have more of a dialogue, especially as we move forward. And I'm getting a little more comfortable with some of the stuff that I got going on. So what do you guys think about Amos so far? Are you guys for Amos? Like, you guys pro Amos? Give me a 1 for yes, Amos. Give me a 2. I don't like Amos. Give me a 3 if you just don't know and you're waiting to see. Let's see some 3s. Let's see some 1s. Let's see some 2s up in this pace. But big shout out to Dominique Speak. $1.99 super chat. Meri moving fast, but I'm glad she getting some. Who you telling? Sometimes that's what it is. And that's why I'm not making a whole lot of judgment on it or making a lot of pointing out a whole lot of craziness as far as that's concerned, because I don't know where Meri is with this relationship. She could just be, you know, just be doing her thing. I see some 3s. It's yep. I see a lot of 3s. I see some 1s, people liking them. That's cool. That's cool. I'm not mad either way. Keisha Lee, do you think that Cody was involved with Sun article about Meri's new boyfriend? Possibly. I feel like Meri looks a lot happier and feels good in her own skin. I do. I see some 1s. I see a lot of 1s. I see a good amount of 3s. Like, people just like don't know, and that's where I'm at. I don't know. Because the information that came out, like, as Keisha Lee pointed out, thank you so much for the super chat, by the way, $5 super chat. With the way what she pointed out is, to me, the thing. Like, hold on 1 second, let me just check this, make sure I got everything. Yeah, I'm up. The whole thing with me saying 3, the reason why I'm at 3 is because the information that came out from the Sun that everybody kind of suspects Cody may have sent out, which we'll be talking about that shortly. Trust and believe when I say we're gonna be talking about that shortly. Raspberry. Bad girl. Bad girl. I love it, but bad girl. Raspberry said, Amos isn't ready for this jelly. $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Raspberry. I think you might be right. I think that here it is. Pat Clark. Yes, but I think the attack against Amy Amos was from Cody. I think right now Meri is still caught up in the Cody Costa. Yeah. Hopefully Cody will disappear and Meri can take him to make take time. Hooked on phonics work for me. Take time to make good decisions. I agree with that. I think that like I said, 3. I'm at I think 3 was where I'm at. Speaking of 3, somebody said, that's my shoe. That's my shoe. Love that name. Sorry, 3 marriages would be a red flag for most women. And I agree with that. So would 18 kids. You know what I mean? The fact you're involved with 18 kids will be a lot. But I'm at 3. And the reason why I'm at 3, I don't know this guy. I am trying to take the position that I wanted to give, because honestly, I wasn't even going to comment on Meri's new boyfriend until she presented him to the public, because I wanted to give her as much opportunity for privacy and time for her to get to know him, for them to get comfortable with each other before we start coming in making like observations about who he is, what he's about, whether he's trying to screw over, what his motivations may be, etc., etc. I wanted to give him that time because out of grace for just so that they have that time before we start putting the true eye of like social media and the public onto her. Because that can crush a healthy relationship. Like if you have a really good relationship and you get along with somebody really well, the fact you put your relationship on TV and other people start making observations and have opinions about your relationship, it can destroy your shit. And I didn't want to be the reason why her situation was blown up. Her spot got blown up. Let me see. I think Emma made a good point too. Let me see. I think it'll be easy to feel excited about a new relationship after the long relationship with Cody. Most men would seem amazing after what Meri has been through. I hope Jen is helping her. I agree with that. I agree with that. And I also agree with this from Emma, who said, people are forgetting that these women have been single for over a decade. I don't think anyone is rushing anything. And that's kind of the thing too, is that by the nature of their relationship with Cody and the way they did things, they have basically been by themselves for this long period of time. However, even in that, by the relationship that they had in comparison, the relationship that they had in relation to the relationship that they're trying to have now, it's easy. Like these guys are operating on easy mode. Like the things that Meri was describing during her Instagram live were just things that people in relationships do. Oh, he takes time to figure out what's going on with me, and he saw that I was having trouble, so he gave me a hug, and he wanted to figure out what that's shit you do when your lady is having difficulties or problems. If she's having a bad day, you put your arm around her. Hey, what's going on? You try to talk her through her bad day because you want to share, not only try to make, resolve her issues and make her feel better, but you want to share in that experience. That's what being in relationships is about. It's not just experiencing the good times and the fun times and the happiness and the laughter. It's also experiencing and being there for those bad times and those hard times, because those hard times is what's actually going to put the good times is the brick. The hard time is the mortar. You know what I mean? That's the glue that keeps that shit together. So being able to experience those hard times, those difficult times, is what helps propel and push you guys together. So yeah, that's what happens in relationships, and she's experiencing what it's like to have a relationship. So from that respect, I think that when people talk about they don't want her rushing in, I think that that's where they're kind of coming from, because she has had such a crappy relationship in the past. When she's given a good relationship with a decent dude, because not every guy that you don't have a future with or have a marriage with is necessarily a horrible person. It just means that you guys might not be good for each other. You might be a good guy, you might be a good woman, you're just not good together. And if he's a good guy and he's so much better than the guy you used to have, then he may seem like he's it. And he's the one that you actually have to be with because that he's such a good guy. You can't let this good guy go because he's one in a million, not realizing that there's other guys, there's other fish in the sea. And this guy is just one. And, you know, you can find others. Let me see this. $5 super chat from Meri. Thank you so much. Some people are saying that Amos looks like Cody. Do you think he does? Do you think she has a type? I do think he looks like Cody. And that was kind of, thank you so much, Meri. That's a good point because when they did that, the whole Instagram thing, and they acted like everybody is crazy because, oh, they say he looks like Cody. He doesn't look like Cody because they both got beards. No, he looks like fucking Cody. Like they look like they could be cousins or something. And for the idea, especially in this group, where you have people who are dating and marrying their cousins as a normal thing, like if it's me and you see my lady, well, my lady don't look like me, but if you see my lady and you say, wow, you guys could be related in some way, I would be completely insulted because there's no way in the world I'm dating anything that's close to a family member. If you dated a family member of mine, we would never go out. You know what I mean? Like it's simple, that simple. And that's a hard, fast rule, obviously, but that's where I'm at. Like I didn't date friends. If you went out with my friend, I wasn't trying to creep with you after you went out with my friend. Like it was just you be on the no-fly list. And with this particular group, like the second wife, you and Janelle, that's your sister-in-law. You know what I mean? Like Cody and Christine, I think, are somehow related. I think Christine and Meri are like third or fourth cousins or something like that. Or like fifth, sixth cousins. So it's not a hard question to ask if, you know, possibly in these small communities, if these two could be related. You know, I'm glad that they're not. It is what it is. Dominique Speaks. $1.99 super chat. Hey, Dominique, how you doing? I think it's Robin. Robin CB ass sending info to Mags. I believe it. I went down. I think it's a split between the two of them. I think it's a split between Cody and Robin. I think between the two of them, they probably burning up them phone lines. Did you hear about Amos? Yeah. By the way, he's got 4 divorces. He's a bad man. He's not a good man like Cody. Did you hear about Amos? Yeah, by the way, he had guess what? A bankruptcy. Like, y'all all bad with money. Shit. That's not a disqualifying thing. If you can't sit there and have bankruptcy and criticize somebody who's had bankruptcies before. I will say this. When during the Instagram post, they did mention that they did try to play the whole, well, it was the bankruptcy. It was 24 years ago, which I agree with. The bankruptcy was 24 damn years ago. It was almost a lifetime ago. So we can't sit here and say that, you know, he's a horrible person because he had a bankruptcy. However, that is something that you would want to know about, and it might need some context. Like that's a conversation. Like we're not gonna sit here and pretend like, oh yeah, I had like a few bankruptcies, but everybody has had bankruptcies. No. We need to have that conversation. Why did you have a bankruptcy? What happened? What occurred? How did you fall behind? I lost my job. I got sick. You know, something happened. You know, I got into a house or a mortgage that I couldn't afford and turned around. I blew my bank up. And then, you know, back in the day when they were talking about 2008, 2009 during the housing collapse, a lot of that happened based on stuff that the sister wives were actually doing when they moved to Vegas, getting involved with ARM or adjustable rate mortgages. I take that position that that's how they got those houses in that cul-de-sac. You get involved with those adjustable rate mortgages and you don't have your money lined up so that you can continue making payments, or you can take out an additional loan or a conventional loan so that you can eventually buy the house, or you have money saved up to make another down payment so you can get in a full-ass another adjustable rate mortgage on a house you're trying to buy. Like, that makes no sense. But you did that, then okay, it is what it is. But those are risks that you take, and that would explain to me how you deal with money, which is important. Like, we can sit here all day and pretend like it's not a big deal. But money is a leading reason why people get divorced, why relationships break up. And it's not just I love money and I want to be a gold digger, axe in the back. Like, that's not what I'm talking about. The reason why relationships break up is because sometimes it's just a sheer lack of money. The struggle is real. The struggle can be real. And when you sitting there struggling and you trying to figure out how to put these nickels together and they not lining up, that shit causes stress in your relationship, and that creates arguments. Arguments create discord. Discord creates breakups. Like, come on, people. Like, so the fact that he had a bankruptcy, that's important. So the whole I can't believe we want to talk about like it ain't nothing. It ain't nothing. Who ain't have a bad time? It's not about not having a bad time. It's about you being open enough to have the conversation about the bad time. Raspberry with the $5 super chat. When Meri opened her bed and breakfast, jeez, having a rough time with the reading night. Cody did the ribbon cutting. Yeah, he did. Cody was there loud and proud like it was his idea. Like, he put down 3 nickels on that bad boy. He put down jack and shit. And he told her not to do it. In fact, he told her it was a bad idea. And not only did he refuse to do it, he called her a fool for wanting to do it. I gotta get that. Oh, shit. Let me see. Cody. That tells me everything I need to know about Cody. A doorknob would be a better husband. Thank you, Raspberry. You got that right. Damn right. A doorknob would have been a better husband than that. Because he didn't encourage her. He didn't push her forward. What is this? Buggus. Buggus in the house. What's up, Buggus? Family Reef. He has similar enough features. But the clip I saw, he said they aren't related. Yes. The clip I saw, I watched the Instagram interview. And they said they weren't related. But yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, the family Reef, they said that shit. I said that family tree is like a pole. That shit just straight up and down. Like, you dating the whole family and shit. They go into the family reunion putting on cologne and perfume and shit. You know, getting their eyebrows and shit straight. Hey now, what's up? You want some of them sweet potatoes? Shit. I can't believe they would say that. I would never date a family member. Like, yo, what are you talking about? Raspberry said pretty much anyone who has been on TLC is pretty much on a no-fly list. Yeah, no bueno. Jamie Glide and Sam. Same. We were together for 10 years, been separated for 3, and I am still realizing some of the messed up shit he put me through. Yeah, it takes a little time for you to get through the crap. There you go. He does look like Cody, 100%, LOL. He looks like Cody, and that's not a bad thing. Sometimes, like, look, you ever go out with somebody, and you see their ex, and you're like, son of a bitch, this dude looks... He looked like he could be my cousin or brother or something, you know what I mean? Like, that's because they got a type. You're just part of the type that they have. You know what I mean? Some women, like, I date dudes who are 6'4", 6'5". That's who I go to the basketball courts, pick up dudes. That's what they do. You know, they just keep showing up with the same guy. Hell, some people like the same type of people. Like, I can't, I knew women that couldn't stop dating dudes to cheat. They just seem like if they walked into a room and there was 50 guys present, they would find the one dude who's married with a family and is trying to cheat. Like, they couldn't get away from it. Dudes the same way. I knew a guy who couldn't go out, and every time he went out, he would meet a woman, room full of women. He would always, story time, he would always meet or end up talking to and exchanging phone numbers or time with somebody who was either married or had a boyfriend. And then he had started, like, I used to talk to him like, man, not everybody is a cheater, right? Oh, man, these women, they all cheat. No, just the ones you mess with. Peanut butter. I worry about Meri falling for someone that may take advantage of her in some way. Yeah. So any hesitation I'd have about Amos is just the kind you have for a friend. You better treat her right. You better treat her right. That's right, peanut butter. Because the internet has no chill. And Amos, like, you have no idea, bro. Like, they'll be on your ass. They'll reverse search your shit so quick. You be sitting there one day just chilling. Next thing you know, somebody come turn that corner on you. Hey, what's up, Amos? I appreciate what you did to my homegirl, Meri. Who are you? Don't worry about who I am. You better worry about who I was, sucker. Shit. Internet has no chill. Sarcasm for fun. How funny though. Christine and David played that game in the wedding special, and then Meri goes the questions and Fridays with friends. Yeah. There's a lot of, and that's one of the things I noticed. There's a lot of similarities, we'll say, between things that they were talking about and things that they expressed. LOL, well, I'm 40. The second time they got married was before I was born. LOL. I think there was issues surrounding the death of a child that they got divorced. They just couldn't deal with the loss. Yeah, loss of a child will destroy a marriage too. You know, because that pain of seeing that child's people. You know what I mean? Especially like if the kid shares like gestures or facial expressions or maybe like certain actions with a parent. Every time you see them, they'll just tear you to pieces. So, Coastal Diva. James has a natural ability to understand people's actions. I agree. Thank you so much. And you're right. Well, I want to say it's just when you see it, you just kind of know because you put yourself in that situation. That's all. Buggus. I'm sure Meri and Amos have talked about his exes. I hope so. And that's just that's what you do. If Meri is comfortable with his past enough to put him out there, he must be doing it right for it. Or he might be doing it right. You right about that, Buggus. He went down. he said, "I don't blow the dust off that bad boy." He's like, "Oh, we gonna work this out." Well, you know what I mean? He might have been begging for a way out, just scrapping. $49.99 super chat. Thank you so much. No message, just the love. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Loving it. Thank you. Oh man, that's huge. Oh. Ooh. Rochelle J throwing some stones. Rochelle J said, Pathetic has a history of not being a good picker. Remember, she picked Kotex and Sabin and a banana. Oh, that's why you gotta be careful. Look, ladies and gentlemen, quick PSA. Let's do a PSA for the people. Okay? This is why you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful who you send pictures to. Straight the freak up. You gotta be careful who you send pictures to. Because you send pictures to some folks, they put that shit out there. I can't, every time somebody says something about a banana and Meri, I see that picture. I can't even help it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to remember. I wish I had one of them Men in Black things that you could just look at like, swag it, and you forget. You know what I mean? I wish I had one of them things. I do. Because I don't want to remember that. But I can't help but to see it every time. But I just say that to say, when you send those intimate pictures to people, make sure you sending it to somebody that you can trust. I recommend you don't, but I mean, if you gonna get your freaking dick, I'm not here to tell you not what to do, what not to do. If you want to do that for yourself, do that for yourself. I'm just saying as a note, PSA, be careful, because once they have it, they have it. And shit don't work out, they can put it out there. And the internet has, not only does the internet have no chill, the internet, this is a rough night, Jack. The internet has a memory like a mother. They remember all that shit. The internet is serious. Like nothing is deleted off the internet. Lizzie B with the $5 super chat. I wonder who he will blame if ever Casa de Kidney needed to be sold. Yeah. You gonna blame Robin? You look what you did to me, Robin. You messed it all up. You cost me my family. Because, you know, he ain't gonna look at, what he should do is look at that mirror and be like, you messed it up. But he's not gonna do that. He's not gonna do that. If there's blame to be had, it's somebody else's fault. If there's credit to be taken, Cody is standing there. And I say that about most jobs and shit. Like, you ever go to work and what you notice is when you at work that credit line is long as shit. That blame line, they try to single it down to one or two people. You know what I mean? That blame line is so short as hell. But that credit line, boy, this is wrapped around the corner. Everybody want to take credit for something good that happened. Amy Wheeler, thanks, James. Now I'm picturing it. I know that banana. Don't say banana and Meri ever again. Ugh. And it's not even like I'm disgusted by Meri doing it. Like, it is what it is. But it's kind of like I said. It's like your like seeing your sister doing some shit like that. You're like, you know, they don't disgust you. Bananas don't disgust you. But the two of them together is too much. I didn't need to see that. Oh shit. I'm gonna do this first. Patsy Jason. I'm sorry. I'm having a rough time tonight. I bet she's been dating him longer, but doesn't want to say that because her and Cody's breakup wasn't on air yet, and that's why she wanted it to be on air so she could date him outright. I think that may very well be true. From what I understand, they started dating in October. They started going out in October, and that would explain partially why she would want to have it be known so she could actually go out in the public and be seen with this guy and not have any problems. However, I will also say this. I think that that's always been an issue that I've had. If they haven't been together and he's been telling her that we're not together, we're not married, that's the issue I had from the beginning. When he first started saying it, was that if you're not together, you're denying her opportunities. Because this is something actually I talked to my daughter about the other day. Story time! What I had said was, when it comes to situations like this, and Amy, or not Amy, I'm sorry. I'm looking at like 3 or 4 different things. This situation, as well as with Amos and Cody and all that, Meri was tied to Cody, and that relationship had been dead, like a lot of people have said, for over 10 years. That relationship was already gone dead, in the ground, you know, rotting away. It was over, right? And because Meri was trying to hold on to that relationship and stayed entwined in that relationship, what happens is if you hold on to a relationship that you realize you need to let go just because it's something to do, somebody around, you want to have somebody to put on your arm, somebody to lay in bed with, whatever the case may be. What happens is that when you meet somebody who is a good dude or a good woman, and by the nature of them being a good partner or whatever, that person very well may say, look, I'm not trying to be involved with a married person. Because the moment I'm involved with a married person, now I'm cheating with you. And if I will cheat with you, then I will cheat on you. So just from my character and who I am as a person, I don't want to be involved with somebody who's married. So in order for us to go out, you have to finish up that business. Now, while you're out finishing up that business because you're trying to get to Mr. Right or Mrs. Right, Mr. and Mrs. Right, because they're a good person, could very well meet somebody else and you could miss your window. So you miss an opportunity to make yourself happy or be with somebody who could add to your happiness because you're too busy dealing with this busted down situation. So, with that being said, one of the things, the bigger crimes that I had against Cody is his needs were being met. So for him to say, look, we could pretend to be dating, we could still pretend to be married and everything will be fine, you're actually hurting Meri because now Meri can't go out. She can't be out on dates because the second the paparazzi or the star or some YouTuber catch her ass out kissing and hugging and smooching up on some dude, maybe Amos, maybe some other guy, they'll come out with pictures and everything else and they'll rip through the tabloids and the thing, and they'll talk about how she was cheating, and Cody will get on stage, and not the messed up part about it is Cody's not going to get up and talk about how, oh, it's okay, guys, we already broke up, and it's no offense to me, and Meri's cool. He's the first thing he's going to do is put himself out as a victim, and he's going to use that to justify why he's not going to be with her. Oh, she was cheating on me, she's a terrible person, etc., etc., etc. Cat Bloomfield with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Kat. How you doing? Not sure if you already addressed this, but where is the Patreon, James? Like and subscribe, y'all. I'm building a Patreon now. I am building a Patreon, but I want to make sure before I put anything out as far as like any type of memberships, I wanted to have thank you for asking, Kat. I'm glad you brought that up. I wanted to make sure that before I offered any type of membership that I'm actually offering something of value. So you get a return of investment and I'm not just putting out something because that's what you're supposed to do on YouTube. I wanted to actually put something out where I could give value to people who want to be a part. Now, with that membership on Patreon, the way I'm setting it up, and part of the reason why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it, is because I wanted to start bringing people up, and I wanted to run panels. So instead of just doing the like the super chats and the chat box and all that, and then trying to because I missed stuff. So I wanted to have actual panels where I could bring up you guys and we could actually have a conversation. Like, so I'll bring up 3-4 people at a time and we could have a conversation. We'll pick out a topic from some of the things that we noticed because, like I said, I wanted to expand out just past the sister wives and talk about some of the issues. So we'll pose questions and some of the issues. Like I have a question about like the 90-Day Fiance that I watched tonight, some of it. That I watched tonight with some of the issues that I saw on that show. So I would pose a question like, what do you guys think about that? And we could have a whole conversation back and forth. But one of the concerns was, it's shared to me by some of the more senior YouTubers, is that if you have, like if I did that now, the concern is that if something is said during the course of the live, and I have no control over it, I won't even be the one to say it, could be somebody else say it, then my channel could get canceled. So I have to be a little mindful of it. So that's why I was going to put it behind a paywall. It's not going to be crazy expensive, none of that stuff. But I just want to have something where we can go to a place, and it'll probably most likely be under Discord, so that way everybody can participate, and I won't have some of the constraints that I have under YouTube. So thank you for the question, Kat. Hopefully everybody will be able to join me there. Want to get this as well from Emma with the $9.99 super chat. Every time you sing story time, I sing it back like a Manchurian Candidate. It'll be in your mind. You're gonna be at work like story time. Now treat us to your Shakespeare delivery of our sacred covenant, please. You need the message from Cody. That's one of my favorite scenes from Cody. Our sacred covenant, the promises I made to you of our sacred covenant. Are you so fucking serious? Are you serious? Our sacred covenant. You need to stop, bro. Remember when we were sitting around talking crap about these women? And we all agreed that if I ever felt this way about you, the special one, that I would let you know about. That is our sacred bond. Our sacred covenant. Meri should have flipped that table on his legs. Yeah, I'm saying, she said, what? Oh, what's that? Oh, that's a good one. Ah, I missed it. Um, Unfortunately, what goes to the cloud doesn't stay in the cloud. Yeah. And somebody said, be careful what you put out there because once it's out there, it's out there. That's talking about like the pictures and the bananas and the ba-bam when you put that ba-bam out there. You know, people be excited to get it. And part of the problem too is that people get comfortable. Like, people get comfortable with your private stuff. There's actually something we can talk about. Like, there's a connection that we can make with that. Yeah. Audrey Bringer. The sacrifices I made to love you wasted. You moron. You moron. Let's see. Marilyn Lopez. I'm really taken back by how quickly they got back to dating. I am so not ready. 21-year relationship, separated, and he died 7 months after. Ooh. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. After our separation. I'm not even thinking about dating. Everything and I'll say this. Everything has to happen at everyone else's pace. You know what I mean? Like, you have to do things at your own pace. If you're not ready, then you don't go. Then it's, honestly, if you know you're not ready and that's something that's on your heart and you know it's not for you, then don't do it. Because what happens is you ask your next to carry for your ex. So the baggage and the issues that you have with your ex, you'll make your next person pay for those sins. You'll make them carry that baggage. And it's not fair to anybody. It ruins your experience in that relationship and can ruin that other person's experience. Now with Meri, Christine, even Janelle is taking more the position like you were saying. Look, Janelle's like, I've been married twice. This last one was 3 decades. I'm good. Unless this next one comes and he sweeps me off my feet and I'm like, oh shoot, I have to be with this dude. No. Janelle is in that same page with you, Marilyn. But with Christine, she desperately wants to have that connection. Meri, she also is in a situation where she desperately wants to have that connection. I would be, my only concern, if they were my friends and I was sitting there talking to them, my only point would be, I understand you want to have these relationships because these relationships are important to you. And I understand why you want to do it. You feel like you want to be a part of something bigger and you're driven and you have a calling for that. And I get that. But I just want you to take time to love you and love the contribution you can make so that, in the words of the immortal B.B. King, never make a move too soon. Don't jump on it too fast and get yourself all wrapped up into something just because it feels good. I mean, it might feel good for now. And that's one of the bigger issues that I would say, even with as far as Amos. What are my feelings towards Amos? If Mary's a grown-ass woman. Meri do what Meri want to do. She needs to take care of her business. Meri needs to take care of Meri. And when push comes down to shove, if Meri just wants to use this dude, do that thing, get her exercising, get her cardio in, and she want to date him for like 2 months, 3 months, and she want to drop him, that's Mary's business. You know what I mean? Meri a grown-ass woman. Meri do what she want to do. If they're okay with it, because I think initially he said he wanted to just be friends. Everybody know what that means when a dude tell you won't be. He don't really want to be friends. He want to be friendly. You understand what I mean? He want to be friendly. He want his parts to be your parts. But he said earlier he wanted to just be friends. That was one of the issues that they had. That he had said he wanted to be friends, and they kind of tease each other about it. Sometimes guys, want to take their time, and there's nothing wrong with that. He might look at it because Meri brings a lot of, like, everybody's like, oh, he's got red flags because he's been married 3 times and he's got bankruptcy. Shit, Mary's a walking red flag. She's been in a polygamous relationship. You know what I mean? With a dude for 30 years. She had three women that she was hooked into and dealing with, plus an ex-husband. She's got 18 kids that she's hooked in and dealing with. You know what I mean? She's had the same issues as far as the finances are concerned. There's a lot of stuff with Meri too. So it's that street goes both ways. And then on top of that, she's bringing in a reality show crush of having people looking at the relationship and like even tonight commenting on their relationship. So he might not be willing to undergo that. And they're going to be looking at him. And so even like the small things that he may do that, you know, most of us will look at like bankruptcy 24 years ago. What are we talking about? He could have lost his job. I don't know why he had a bankruptcy. You know that's on them. Because he could be like, there's rich people who've declared bankruptcy. Like people who worth like millions, if not 50, deca millions who've declared bankruptcy in the past. So who am I to sit there and be like, oh, he's probably bad with money? You know what I mean? So I'm not really going to press them on that. Jamie Gallant. Y'all notice Meri has issues with food. Her banana, her turkey, Rice Krispies. Not sure I want to delve too deeply into it. I did not pick that up, but thank you, Jamie, for ruining that for me. I'll never be able to look at Rice Krispie treats again. But she does say that turkey joke a lot. Like between her and Jen, they do throw that turkey joke around a lot. Like, my turkey. Cat Bluefield, what's that about? I'm like a damn dog with a bone. Ooh, Patsy Jason. Yes, the press was saying that she was hooking up with a gay friend. I mean, people gonna do it. They grown. They grown and they healthy. And who am I to judge? I can't say that they wrong for doing that. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. It ain't my business, It ain't like she closing my bedroom door, so I can't, I'm not gonna say good or bad. Like if they're adults and they're making conscious decisions on what they want to do, Let's see. Chris said, glad Meri found someone. I hope Meri happiness turns out good. Christina, they deserve it. Why Cody Robbins sit over there and go broke without that Mary Janelle money? I know they missing them. You think Cody's sitting there just looking out the window? Every breath you take, every move you make, every dime you take, every dollar you make, I'll be watching you. Can't you see your bank book belongs to me? My full heart aches with every dollar you take. He said that bad as shit, boy. Every time he see, that's all he see. If Meri want to really get under his skin, just have Amos take about $100 in ones and just throw it at her. I'm saying, Cody will lose his mind and shit. Like, here you go, girl. Bow! And she be down doing her dance. He making it rain. Because Cody ain't making it rain up at the McMansion. He making it hell. He throwing a pack of nickels at Robin. You know what I mean? They coming up short. Okay. Yeah, Pat, I see that too. I think Meri waited so that Christine could have her limelight. I don't think Meri wanted to take from Christine, so I think Meri waited so she could give her own spotlight. I think that I agree with that partially. I think that James' greatest hits. um, I think that with that, I agree that I can see a situation where Meri doesn't want to shine, try to take away from Christine's shine as far as her wedding is concerned. But at the same time, I think that TLC probably said, look, we put a lot of money into this wedding special, and we don't need you guys jumping in on it, messing it up for us. And I'm also kind of curious that with that and like Meri running around town with this new guy, if that's not the reason why TLC was so much in a hurry to get everything out in that short window of time. Because if we think about it, this is what I was saying even before. If TLC were really trying to roll this stuff out, like you had 3 specials that you aired right after the season ended, and that was enough material where you could have carried this season or this show throughout the summer. You could have carried it throughout the summer because you'd have 3 specials that you could have ran. You run the first special, the look back on so you have what the season ends in December. You take January off, February, the Lovers Month with Valentine's Day and all that coming up. You run the look back. Then April, you run talk back. June, because everybody get married in June, you run, and that's almost a year from when Christine and David got married. You run the wedding special. Then you have 3 months after that. You just merely rock in July, August, and in September, I think the end of August, you run into the next season, and they would have been able to do it flawlessly. But if Meri was really trying to be out and be seen with Amos and she was really pressing for it, they might have said, okay, we need to compact everything down and run it in about 2 or 3 weeks of hotness so that Meri could come out with her prediction or whatever. But I'm sure that TLC probably told her, slow your roll. We need to get our stuff out before you start talking about this guy Amos, because he will either A, get lost in the sauce, or B, we'll start, we'll set him up. So they could have pressured her with money and pressured her with bad press. Lizzie B said they were love starved. I totally understand why they wanted to remarry and find love after Cody. I agree with that. Plus, it's hard. Even speaking of starve, if you put it in terms of food, let's keep that food mantra, that food theme going. If you're sitting there and you're hungry, to watch somebody eat a full meal, everything is torture. And these women are sitting there and they're love starved, as Lizzie B said. They're love starved, and they're sitting there watching Cody in a full-on, like Christine said many times, I'm watching you guys in a full-on healthy relationship, and I'm sitting there in a broken-ass marriage. And I'm watching you in a healthy relationship with the love of your life, your soulmate. And I'm sitting here watching it every day. Like, hell no. Like, I'm jealous, I'm mad, and I'm envious. I want that for me. And so, yeah, it makes sense that they would leave that situation. One of the things I would be most concerned about, though, is that anytime Christine leaves, say she found David and they got married and, they're all excited about their relationship, then that could create a situation where Meri is pushed to try to do the same thing to resemble or reflect that same type of relationship. And that could cause problems for her. And that's the only thing that I would be concerned about. If she was my friend, that's where I would be like, I just looking out for you. I want you to be mindful of this so you can be careful. But other than that, do you, boo-boo. If that, do your thing. It's your thing. Do what you want to do. I can tell you. Well, I think his ass might have been in trouble because it's been a minute for Meri. She might have came in there strong. Meri might have hit that boudoir with the scrumph. You know what I mean? My man be like, well, I don't know if I could tear all his clothes off one swipe. You know what I mean? He just got them peel away clothes. Snag 'em! And she'd had the locking doors on him. Slick 'em, slick 'em, slick 'em. I'm gonna tear you apart. Trisha H. Married the first time, divorced, married several years later, stayed married until his death in 2014. I'm sorry to hear that. 44 years. Wow. Okay. Okay. I have no desire to date or marry ever again, and I understand that. I get that shit. I totally get that. Like if you've been with somebody for a long period of time, there is a complication too, especially in this situation where somebody passes. One of the curious things about these types of relationships, even with people taking folks for granted or whatever the case may be, you can never replace a person with a person. So even if you have a good person and then that relationship is over and you get a good person, even though they're a good person, they're not going to do for you what this person was doing for you because they're different people. And so there's things that you may have grown accustomed to by having that partnership, that no matter how good the next person is, they're not going to come in and do the things that this first person did, because whether it's just something that was in them or something that you kind of groomed them into doing, like you made them accustomed to doing a certain thing, making coffee the way you like it or whatever the case may be, and how you treat each other. So there's that. I get that, and I can appreciate that. I've always said that too. Like, you've been married once, but like, look, I already did that. I don't want to do it again. I'm done. That's I went, got the T-shirt. I rode all the rides. I want to do something different now. Let's see. Rick Carroll makes it seem like it was the perfect storm by the time Robin came along. So Mary's gay friend is a guy, and he doesn't swing that way. Yeah, I mean that's possible. Like I said, folks will do what folks do. Yes, Jay does justify Cody. I guess Janelle does justify Cody. Just like Christine, Meri did hell. Janelle said if Cody still had something with her kids, she would have left. She would have never left. So yes, she does. Wait, what? Christine and Meri did. Hell, Janelle said if Cody... Yeah. Chris is talking about the... that if Cody was getting along with Janelle's kids and he wouldn't have put her in a situation where she had to choose between her children and him, she still would be in that marriage probably. And I believe that. Like, I take her to her word. And I can see that. Lindsay Loom. How can I find Love After Lockup Season 1? I know they had it. Like, I had, what was it? All Black. Because somebody suggested I watch it before, and that was the only way I could see it. I think it's under some of the... it's under We, I know that. But under YouTube, their TV selection or whatever, they have like TLC, Bravo, and a lot of other stations. And We is one of the stations that they have, so you can watch it on there. I don't know if you have that. And to be honest with you, Love After Lockup is one of those shows. I don't know. I'm not necessarily 100% that you want to necessarily buy cable or whatever, put money out to watch that show specifically. Like, it's decent. Like, there's some shit in there. Like, they got some fools. Like, if you like seeing some crazy shit, like, they got some crazy stuff. Because the people are off the hook. Like, the thing is, when you deal with people who've been to jail, prison is a different place. First rule of prison is when you go to prison, when you come out of prison, you're going to be a different person than you were when you went into prison. And I don't give a shit how close you were to this person, how cool you were, whatever the case may be. When they get out, they're going to be a different person. Like, you're not dealing with the same type of people. And the way that they get through that system, that institution, that institutional learning that they go through in that place, some of the things that happens is they learn to become users in some cases. The prisoners will come out, or convicts or whatever you want to call them. They come out and they have a different mentality of how they approach people. It's what they can get from you, how they can use you or manipulate a situation to their advantage, etc., etc. And that's what you see a lot of times in the Love After Lockup. Like, these guys and gals come out and they're manipulating the people on the outside in a way where they're pushing the right buttons and pulling the right things so that they can get some kind of advantage on their way out. So when they come out, they needed somebody on the outside to send them money, to put money on their books, to give them supplies, so they have somebody to write to, somebody to send them pictures, somebody to connect them to the outside. When they get out, all of a sudden they don't need that anymore. Your relationship and your dynamic changes. For some of the women who get involved, women and men who get involved with these people, honestly, there is sometimes a bit of a insecurity, because they look at these people, and the thing with that, them being in jail, you know day to day where they're going to be at. You know that you control when and where you talk to them. So you have a lot of power in that relationship. And that's what you see a lot of in the Love After Lockup. When they come out, that power that the person on the outside had over them is no longer there. The only power in some cases that they have is the fact that they're the reason why they get to live like they live. Like, they stand with them, you know what I mean, when they come out. So, Peter was, when Meri covered up Amos's mouth and kissing him when he said Zero making fun of Robin. I know she was covering his mouth up. She covered his mouth up a few times. Okay, in the dark, I see you. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Yeah, to be honest with you, that's their relationship, and they have to conduct it how they conduct it. I'm not a big fan of the handsy grabsy stuff. Like, I'm not a fan of, like, people gripping me up. That's not fun to me. That's not my shit. So, it's like people grab me up and, like, laying on me trying to cover my mouth up. Like, I'm not a fan of that. So when she was doing that, I was like, ugh. But that's their relationship. They got to conduct it. If he likes it, I love it. Like, do you, baby boo? Because you're the one that's got to be able to navigate that. So not everything's for everybody. She's not trying to go out with me. I'm not trying to go out with her. So how she conducts her relationships is her business. But yeah, for me, that's not something that really excites me when I saw that. But she covered his mouth a few times. Like, when I think there was a question of, like, her being asked about, like, something about, like, the boom boom room, and she covered his mouth up so he wouldn't say nothing, and she thought it was cute. So, I mean, she's having a good time, and she having fun. Who am I to tell? Who am I to say, though? Don't do that. Don't you be having fun, girl. Shit. Knock yourself out. And that's one of the things, too. Like, I'll dismiss some of that, a lot of that, is from my ire, my criticism, because at the end of the day, she got to figure this shit out. Like, this is their relationship. They got to figure out what their boundaries are for themselves. Like, my boundaries don't mean anything. But that's a conversation that's important to have with people. Especially if you've been in long-term relationships with somebody, these boundaries are important for you to have, because how you treated and how you conducted yourself with your previous partner may not be acceptable for your next partner. And maybe that person, like your previous partner, may dig the fact that you lay on top of him and cover his mouth up. Maybe he like getting choked. That might be his shit. Choke me, baby. I ain't trying to lose no breath, but I don't mind getting woozy. I want to get a little woozy. You know what I mean? That might be their thing. But the next one you have, they not into it. So you just want to make sure that you have the conversation so that you can establish the boundaries of what's acceptable and what's not acceptable for this new relationship as you move forward with it. And then, so I still feel like they're still moving through their relationship and they're still learning each other and getting to know each other, which is awesome. Get to know each other, and if it works out, great. If it doesn't, thank you for the good times. As the song say, thank you for the memories, and skip, scap, to dabble. Right down the street, find something else, And nothing wrong with that. Like, I'm not mad at her at all. Like, because Meri needs the freedom to be able to go out and do what she needs to do and figure out who's going, like, what she wants out of life, what's going to make her happy, and if this is the person who's going to fulfill the things that she needs in order for her to feel content, fulfilled, and happy. And if this is the person, if this is her guy, this is her person, and I'm happy for her. If he's not her guy and he's not the one, but she had a good time figuring it out, then I'm happy for her. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you just got to give people a little grace. Give them a little grace. What was it? Oh, you guys talking about doggies, little puppies, little fur babies, if you will. Vixen, what's up, Vixen? A lab or a golden retriever being a pet sitter. Okay. Okay. So I know these two breeds. One of the breeds is best if you're looking for moderate sized dogs. Yeah, my neighbors have golden retrievers, and a lot of them have Labradors, like labs. So they're good. They are good dogs. They're good dogs. But I want a monster. Story time. You guys don't mind? I'm gonna do a little story time. Okay, wait, hold on before I get into that. Where's damn it. Maybe I'm not as smooth with this as I thought. Bitty 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 bamba. There you go. Exactly. She can have a little fun figuring it out. Right. Shit, there ain't no rules to this. Yeah, I mean, they spend most of their lives, I can only kiss the person that I'm going to marry over the altar, and then I'll figure it out. And then, bam, 20 years later, this dude is terrible. You know what I mean? You don't know what the O look like. We ain't going to get too deep into that, but you understand what I'm saying. Like, let her have some fun. Let her go live her life. Like, she's been wrapped up and tied up for so long, and she's been beat down. Because every time, it seemed like when she was ready to step out, even with the catfish, every time she was ready to step out and move on and do something with her life, Cody was right there putting his boot in the neck. Telling her, no, you can't do this. No, you're not good enough. No, you're not pretty enough. No, you're an asshole. That's why nobody likes you. Nobody cares about you. Nobody is ever going to want to be around you. And now she's starting to figure out, hey, these people like me. They trying to be around me. These dudes is interested. Homeboy is showing some interest. You know what I mean? Just like Christine. David, that dude looked like, he looked like a fat kid with cake. Every time Christine walked by, like, I want a piece of that. You know what I mean? That's good for her. And that's good for Meri. Like, if dude is excited about being with Meri, Cody said he wasn't excited about being with her because he didn't like her personality. If this dude likes her personality, I say that, like, it's for some people, you be like, Meri ain't my cup of tea. She ain't my thing. Like, me and Meri wouldn't jive that way. That's cool. That's cool. This dude, if he's like, Meri is the shot. Like, this is what I like. I like women like this. Good for Meri. Not everybody is for everybody. You know what I mean? So good for her. Oh, the big O. You know the big O. Oh, story time. Yes, I had a dog. My dog was a Australian cattle dog, Old English bulldog mix. A pretty dog, white with brown spots. Pretty beautiful dog. Undercoat, like a really pretty dog. Big, not well, medium size. And my daughter, she picked this dog out. She went to the pet store after daycare one day. We were walking through, went to the pet store, and she saw, not with me, but she saw this dog, and she said, "That dog is beautiful. I want that dog." She come home, "Daddy, I saw my dog." I said, "Oh, okay, baby. What's your dog?" We'll go over there and look at it. Went over and looked at the dog. Wife was like, "Tell your dad the name of the dog." She said, "I'm going to call her Rainbow." So, my big ass was walking around with a dog named Rainbow. You know what I mean? I was like, which is awesome. Because the dog was like, it was a dog. It was a beefy dog, right? Strong as shit. Like, this dog was strong, fast. You know what I mean? This dog was serious. But her name was fucking Rainbow. You know what I mean? So I was like, if anybody ever break up in my house, I'll be like, "Sick 'em, Rainbow." The dog come flying out. I'll be like, "Taste the rainbow, bitches." Like, you know what I mean? I'll be like, "Cody, the beer and Skittles." Come taste the rainbow. Dog come flying out, you know. So come taste the rainbow. Rainbow was a good dog, though. I miss that dog. It's a good dog. Like, and it is, you know how it works out. When you get a dog. My daughter was a baby when we got this dog. Like, not a baby, but she was a child. Like, she was a toddler when I got this dog. You know what that means. When you get a dog for your child, the child's a toddler. No matter what you say, you gonna clean up after the dog, you gonna feed the dog. You didn't get your child a dog, you got a dog. So that's exactly what happened. I had a dog. Me and Rainbow was tight as hell. Yeah. Skittles and beer. Not beer and Skittles. Where's that? Resident Milk. Okay, Resident Milk with the smiley face. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I have a pit bull named Athena. She's dumb as fuck. Like, I feel you. Athena is a graceful name, though. You know what I mean? Athena is a powerful goddess, Greek goddess. Queen of the gods. Athena. You know, you could go, like, when I take my dog, we used to take my dog to the veterinarian. You could go to the vet and be like, "What's your dog's name?" It's Pitbull. It's powerful. It's majestic. Her name is Athena. You know, goddess. Greek goddess Athena. You know, and I showed my dog, beautiful dog, powerful, majestic. You know, with cat-like movements. What's your dog's name? Rainbow. You know, you be walking down the street, Rainbow. People use that. Excuse me, what did you say? What was that? Rainbow. Bucket said, "My husband always griped about our Pomeranian. He was the first to grab him up for his walks and love on him." Yeah. And that's the thing too. Like, you always, it's a love-hate relationship. You sit there and complain about it, but when it's time for the dog to go, you'd be the one missing it the most. You know, I won't say I miss the dog the most, but that's not fair. But yeah, me and that dog was tight as hell. Like, everywhere I went, dog was right there. Me and that dog was tight as extra small draws. You know what I mean? We was tight. Me and that dog was tight. It was just a good damn dog. Smart, dude. That dog was smart as hell. Oh, Hera was queen of the gods. Well, Athena was the goddess of wisdom. I think you're right. You're right. You're right. I need to break out my Encyclopedia Britannica. You're right. Okay. Got a Yorkshire Terrier. Those good dogs too. Okay. Jamie Collins said, I want to name my dog after Lonesome Dove characters. My boys are going to name her, after Bluey characters. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Oh, what was that? The bankruptcy, the three wives. Uh, yeah, I will notice that. I did notice that the one thing that seems to be prevalent in the relationship uh, between Mary and her friend Jen, they're trying to parallel that to Janelle and Christine, like their friendship. Like, you accept me, you have to accept my friend. We're a package deal. With Janelle and Christine, it seemed more logical because they raised kids together. They were that close friends like that. And it's a little more off putting when you have somebody who is your friend and you say that me and my friend are a package deal. We come together. Like I deal with your friend because that's your friend, and as long as you guys are friends, and I'll show they show me respect, I show them respect. That's easy peasy. But this doesn't really require you need to accept her as though we're family conversation. At least in my opinion. I don't want to dig too deep into that, but it just that's one of the things that's kind of struck me weird a little bit. Oh, did Rainbow have any nicknames? Yeah, I used to call him Rain. So, or sometimes, well, yeah, Rain. Yeah, I would joke around, call her Bobo when I'm playing with her or whatever. But, all right, Bobo. All right, Bobo. All right, calm down, damn dog. You don't do that. You get your dog all riled up, then all of a sudden you go, oh, calm down. You know what I mean? Because you realize, you messing with a monster. Like, shit, this dog can take me down. What am I? You need to calm down, playboy. Something happened to you. We have to start fighting for real. Any dog that knows what Simon's legs taste like. um, does Mary still talk to Leon? As far as I know, like their relationship was always kind of strained. So I don't think they're as close as Mary wants them to be, but I think they still talk. I do think that they still deal with each other, and that's kind of heartbreaking in itself because you can see that you know Mary genuinely cares about Leon. Like she genuinely cares about Leon, and I could see a lot of pain when she because Mary just from my feeling of Mary, and this is like again, this is just me trying to be fair with her. I think that she loves hard and she loves intensely, and so that type of love can seem like it's overbearing for the target of that love. Like it can seem like it's a lot, it's overwhelming, it's overbearing. But she just wants to, that, and she has kind of control issues. So she's trying to control a lot. And as you try to reach for your freedom and break away from that, it seems to her like you're trying to break away from her or people like that. That's been my experience. Like they love so intently. You're trying to get your freedom, your independence, your space, your autonomy. And because you're trying to get your autonomy because that's what you need that space. by them coming at you and loving you even harder, they try to hold on harder. And when the harder they try to hold on, the more you try to separate, the more you try to separate, the more they feel like you're trying to break away from them. So it creates more problems. So I can see some of the difficulties that Meri may have in that. Hey, welcome to the fam, JoJo. Welcome, welcome. FOIA, Freedom of Information Act. So you get like I'm sorry, jumping y'all conversation, but that's what FOIA, for those who don't know, FOIA is Freedom of Information. So technically you can get freedom of information if you have like police reports or things that aren't dealing with, usually family court things are usually sealed. But with some information, especially anything governmental, you can get FOIA requests and they have to turn it over to you. Very important, especially when you deal with local politicians and local politics. Everybody should be involved with local politics because that's where those people affect you way more than even the national folks do. So it's important for you to be involved with what's going on. Oh, okay. Rochelle J, got you. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah, but just some of the things that I noticed about even talking about Meri and Rochelle, or I'm sorry, I'm looking at Rochelle J respond to Vixen. we got 3-4 things shooting at the same time, like 4 or 5 mind, train of thoughts going at the same time. This shit is hard. This is not easy. Lori Casey got cut off, but she said Jen was the only one that had Meri's back for over a decade, and I agree with that. Like she was there, and I understand that, but I'm just saying that with regard to if that's your friend, like that's your buddy, and you guys have that closeness, you don't have to explain to me that this is your close friend, because a paramour should not be trying to remove you away from people that you're close to. And if anything, you want to try to, just thinking strategically in the dating market or the dating place, if you were dating somebody and they had a close friend, and especially if that person was cool and excited about having you around, like there's no reason why you would, the question of whether they're going to be around or not be around isn't really a issue. Like to me, that wouldn't be an issue. Like we are going to be together forever. A little creepy when you start trying to, push people. Like if that's your friend, that's your friend. I'm not trying to stop nothing. 427. Oh, what's this? Police body cam footage? Meri does have to do with her only kid has met Amos. Yeah, I don't know. They didn't say whether Leon met Amos or not. So I'm sure that they're probably going to meet at some point. Because like I said, I think that they speak, but I don't think it's that crazy to where they don't talk or. She absolutely will. I refuse to meet your love interest or somebody who is so important to you. I don't think that Leon would do that to her. Meri pretty smart. Meri's pretty smart in business. I think Meri, her friend Jen, trying to build something on her own. I think so too, and I think that's where the whole Instagram friends with Friday night friends or the Friendly Fridays or Freaky Fridays, I don't know. I forget what it's called. But I think that's where that comes in at. I agree with that. I think that's I think this is their trial run for a show. Like they're trying to get in order for you to get a show, especially on TLC, if you can show that there is interest in your story, then you can get some good press, you can get some good notoriety, you can get a pretty decent following, then there is a possibility that you can pitch a show to TLC and they might pick it up. Mary's in a, like I said, like with Meri, she's in a peculiar situation because she's so far away from everybody. She's not close. Like even though Meri lives in the same state as Christine, they're still far away apart from each other. Far apart from each other. Janelle and Cody and Robin, they all live in Arizona. Meri and Christine, they live in Utah, in different sections of Utah. So she needs to have more of her own home base, and I think that that's what Jen is going to help her provide. Okay, Coastal Diva. So she had a German Shepherd. Wow, those are good dogs. German Shepherds are good dogs. She's smart too. Yeah, German Shepherds are smarter dogs too. They're between German Shepherds and Belgian Malinois. Oh shit, I can't say it now. But basically the Belgian German Shepherd. Malinois. Yeah, I think that's it. Smart dogs. Smart dogs. Them damn Malinois are like German Shepherds on steroids. Like them sons of bitches are the ones you see running up walls and shit, jumping off of walls. And landing on stuff. Like those dogs are insane. German Shepherds are crazy as hell too. That's why they police dogs. Let's see. Okay, yeah, well, one of the things that I was going to talk about with regard to 90 Day Fiance tied into Sister Wives was actually something that there was a couple named Sophie and Rob. Let me see if I can pull a picture up. Okay. I'm up to date on that. Oops. About to mess up, y'all. Them Cody creatures. Them Kremlins. About to mess a player up. Yeah, because there's a couple on 90 Day who actually, because like I said, a lot of these relationships are starting in their earlier stages. So it's very easy for us to look at them and see similarities between what's happening with even Meri as she's going into these new relationships.
Their movement suddenly started coordinating.
That was awesome. That was awesome.
So I had no sound. You guys could hear the video, but you probably couldn't hear me when I was talking during the shit. Just scrapping. Send me the thing. You're muted. They got me. They got me again, sons of bitches. Thank you, Just Scrapping. Yeah, the Rochelle J. $2 super chat. Thank you. Red alert, red alert, red alert. Cody Creature's in the house. Damn. Okay. Well, what I was saying was, in that image that I showed, that was Rob and Sophie from 90 Day Fiance. Sophie is coming from England, and okay. Thank you, Just Scrap It. I appreciate that. I'm trying to clean it up now, Just Scrap It. Thanks for letting me know. I want it, Miss Green. I want it. Thank you so much. Yeah, just to let you know. I told you, should be going smooth. The next thing you know, rocky road. All right, the criminal is in the house. That's right. So what happened was Sophie and Rob, they were dating. Rob is from California, Los Angeles. Sophie is coming from England, the UK. And Rob is an asshole, basically. He takes no responsibility. He's essentially like a Cody type personality. He takes no responsibility for anything that happens. He got caught cheating on the phone. He was sending off text messages and had girls sending him naked pictures. He's sending naked pictures back, working his gear shifters. And so there's a whole lot of stuff. And then when she brings it up that this is something that was going on, I saw pictures of a woman sending you photos, because there was a time when Sophie was in England, it's still in the UK, where a young lady had had a conversation with Rob. They had been talking for about an hour. Rob starts asking her for naked pictures and sending her naked pictures back. And she sends those pictures to Sophie saying, "Is this your man? Because he's hit me up and he's asking these questions. And I saw your picture on his Instagram profile, found out you guys were together. What's happening?" And Rob, her and Rob, Sophie and Rob getting this big argument about it. Then when she gets here, she asks Rob about it, like, "What's going on? Because you did this to me before, and I just want to make sure this isn't happening." He flips out on her. "You ain't going to keep acting like I'm cheating. It was one time I was bored. I ain't had nothing going on. It was COVID. I ain't know what was up. You ain't going to be throwing that in my face like I was doing something wrong." Yelling at her, screaming at her, barking at her. She winds up kind of half-ass apologizing. Gaslighting. Okay? And again, like a lot of it was very similar to Cody. I was like, this dude is Cody. Like, this is a young Cody. Like, Cody wouldn't go as far as this dude went, but wouldn't take responsibility for anything. As soon as he does something wrong, he tries to flip it around back onto her, that she did something wrong and it's her fault, that the situation is what it is. Come to find out, a couple days later, TLC, he get like a message shows up, and she goes through his phone, or she just wakes up one night feeling funny about something. She goes through his phone. Fellas, if you think your lady ain't going through your phone, you're making tactical errors. She is going through your shit, bro. She's going through your shit, probably more than once. So she went through his phone. Found out not only is he asking for pictures from multiple people, but he's sending pictures and movies back. And, when he send the movies back, he's doing things to, himself for the video, the stuff that they send. He's taking care of stuff. And so she gets mad. She leaves, and it turns into a big argument. Then it's just a lot of foolishness. I won't get into a lot of that. But her mom basically comes to town. Some additional foolishness happens. We can talk about. I'll probably talk about it in a different video. But some different foolishness happens. And one of the things that the mom had said to her daughter, Sophie, which I think is so important, especially as we talk about Meri entering into these new relationships and Christine entering into these new relationships, and especially from the type of relationships that they had with Cody, is that what the mom says is that she wants to make sure that her daughter isn't around somebody for so long because she has such a strong voice and such a strong compass on who she is, that she wants to make sure that she's not around somebody who's going to take her voice away. Somebody who beats her down so much because they can never be wrong. They always have to be right. And if you feel like I did something wrong, you got to shut up, come to senses, come around to my way of thinking and understand where I'm coming from so you see the world the way I see the world and in lockstep with me. And in order for you to do that, you have to shrink yourself down. You have to become smaller. You have to put yourself in a situation where you no longer have a voice. You no longer have an opinion. And you can no longer rely on yourself for what you think is right in general, but even what's right for you. So you have to rely on somebody else. And that was one of the things that the mom had said. And then, of course, Rob, recognizing that he had this whole argument with Sophie and her mom, where he's threatening, like, because Rob don't even have a bathroom in his house. Like, they have to walk across a porch to go to the bathroom, and basically like an outhouse situation in this little, he stays in this little apartment. He doesn't have a job, and the mom is like, look, you knew my daughter was coming, and yet you haven't taken any steps to make sure that she could be comfortable while she's here, and she has the things that she can live like, because she had a nice apartment in the UK, and she left all that to come here, and she's going to be relying on you, and you can't even take care of yourself. And he hits her with the, well, you don't know me. I suffered. I struggled. You don't know what it's like to be down. Yeah, but there's a difference between being down and being out. Like, you could be down, and you're looking for a job, but if you're not looking for some way to take care of yourself, then that's kind of a problem. So he sends the distraction, and that's kind of what I wanted to talk about with this. Like, just knowing the difference between when you have a disagreement with somebody and they're trying to cure or solve the issue or come to some solution or resolution versus when they start sending you distractions. Because he sent her a picture of a nice car and said, yeah, baby, one day this will be me and you in this car. We're going to have a car just like this. First, we got to get it back together. And the only way we can get it together is, one, you got to learn to keep your junk in your pants. Like, that's the first thing. You have to learn how to deal with women and talk to women and be more mature. Like, a big thing he has is that he likes to walk off. He storms off. If he's not getting the answers that he wants, the conversation's not going the way he wants the conversation to go, he gets up and storm off and leave the conversation, a la Cody. When he was sitting there talking to Janelle and the conversation stopped going the way he wanted it to go, and he could no longer bully her into believing in what he wanted the conversation to get out, what he wanted her to get out of the conversation and say the things that he wanted to say. The minute she started to find her voice and say, look, shut up, let me say my piece, then all of a sudden, no. I'm not talking to you no more. Because she all of a sudden had an opinion. And that's what that reminded me of. And that's why I say, like, a lot of this stuff, when I talk about 90 Day, there are parallels that we can draw even from the sister wife stuff and how you would approach your daughter. If you saw your daughter was involved in a relationship with a dude like this, do you say something? Do you not say something? Me, I'm going to say something. Obviously, I got a whole YouTube channel about saying shit. So obviously, I'm going to say something. But, everybody's got to figure themselves out. 427, Rob is immature. Yeah, he's immature as hell. Like, he's not ready. And that's one of the things that I was saying, too. Like, they may have a good time with each other. They might enjoy each other's company. But when push comes down to shove, I don't think either one of them is mature enough to enter into a lifelong commitment with the other one. Like, and that's not a shot on anybody. It's just they're young, She's actually in her 20s. I think he's in his 30s. So she's 23, he's 32. So he's got long in the tooth to still be learning this, but they still have to do it. Oh yeah, Karen, I'm coming to Gino and and Yaga Man. I'm gonna be talking about Karen. So James, you have to address the crazy that is Gino and Jasmine. Her screaming with a knife in her hand. Yep, see, that's the shit I'm talking about. That right there. You know what I mean? Stephanie said a narcissist has a problem with anyone using their voice against them, and I agree with that 100%. Like that's one of the things. You should never be in a situation where you can't express yourself. The person that you should be able to talk to the most is the person you're in a relationship with, even if it's about that other person. There was a song from Prince called Girlfriend. Love that song. Prince is a great songwriter, and he had if I was your girlfriend, would you run to me if somebody hurt you, even if that somebody was me? You know what I mean? So basically, I want to be your best friend. I want to be the one that you come and talk to, the one that you share your issues with, your problems, your life, concerns with, etc. I want you to feel comfortable enough with me to be able to come to me and complain about me. You know what I mean? Jay fucking up. That's what you want in a relationship, and I think that that's a key thing. And if Sophie's in a situation where she can't come to her man, her fiance, and tell him like, look, it doesn't make me feel comfortable when I pick up your phone and I see that you contacting a bunch of 304s. Like, that don't make me feel good. You know what I mean? That don't make me feel like this relationship is working out. So I understand that. MJC said Sophie's mom can say something, but she started off hard. Yeah, she came in kind of with came in looking for it. She was looking for that smoke. And I don't think that anybody in that situation is 100% right. Rob is way wrong. Like, I can't stand Rob, to be honest with you. Maybe it's just the guy thing. Like, I'm looking at him like, if this dude was dealing with my child, I'd be upset. You know what I mean? I would not be a happy James. I would not be happy. You know what I mean? Because Rob is that dude that just, you know, like, you're not going to take any responsibility for the shit you do wrong. None of it. It's just my daughter's fault. You know what I mean? She wrong for looking. She was looking at my phone. Okay, dude, I don't give a shit. She was looking at your phone. She looked at your phone and found out you were doing something wrong. You got caught. Acknowledge you got caught. That's the part that burns me up. Like, if you get caught, like, everybody, okay, fine, you want to get slick, you want to try some stuff. Everybody gonna try some shit maybe at one point in their life. Nobody's perfect. Shit happens. I get it. You make mistakes. But if you make a mistake and you can't admit that you made a mistake, then we have a whole different conversation. That's a whole nother conversation. If you do something wrong and you acknowledge that you did something wrong and you ask me to forgive you for the thing that you acknowledge that you did wrong, then we can move forward. But if you do something wrong and you can't even acknowledge that you made a mistake or that you did something wrong or mistakes have been made, then what are we doing? We have nothing to talk about at that point. We have nothing to talk about. Because you think it's okay. And if you think it's okay, then shit. What am I going to tell you that's going to change your mind? Yeah, buggers. I agree. And that's why I'm not a fan of Rob. Thank you very much. Don't know them. But if he's that age and hasn't learned how to act, probably not gonna. No. And it will require, and the sad part is that if for him to learn how to change or make that change, if he ever gets to that point where he makes that change, it's going to be something dramatic. Something crazy is going to happen. It's going to make him take a step back, reassess, and then make that change. He can't make that change until he wants to make that change. Because any change that you make that you don't volunteer or desire to change for yourself, that change will not be permanent. It's not going to be rooted in. It's not going to be hardwired in. So it's always going to be a mess. So with that being said, yes, if he's 32 years old and he doesn't know how to take responsibility yet, there's a very strong possibility he is never going to learn to take responsibility, which also goes into another thing that I learned. Story time! When I was a young man, there was a young lady I was dealing with, and I was having a bad time with her, right? And we just weren't getting along. And we would get to a point where she would do stuff, and then I'd be like, or she's a little too friendly with some guys. It wasn't necessarily cheating, not that I could prove. I can't prove that she was cheating, but I suspect she was. And just too friendly with other dudes. And so a guy I know, old head I knew, he saw me and I was out of sorts, He pulled me up. He said, James, what's going on? I told him what was happening. He said, look here. You with somebody and you express that this is something that you don't like, don't appreciate, whatever the case may be, or they do something wrong, and you guys, if you get to a point where you stop seeing them, because I think at that point we had broke up, and you stop seeing that person, if you go back out with them and take them back, then essentially what you're saying is whatever they were doing was okay with you. That it's not that big a deal. Unless there is a true repentance and penance given, true apology, true I'm doing better, true effort given. If you just simply, sorry about that, my bad, oops, and you take them back because, you just, he got a soft spot for him, I got to take him back. You take them back, then you've basically greenlit that behavior. So moving forward, the only true power you have in a relationship is your presence and whether you decide to be in that relationship or not. If you allow that shit to happen, by allowing, I mean, they do it, you know about it, and you stay, then when you stay, you're greenlight that behavior. So with that being said, when she stays, he's not learning anything. He's not, like, even if he was afraid the first time he gets caught, like, she goes through his phone and she packs his stuff up. She finds the pictures and the correspondence. She packs her stuff up and she walks out the door. If he calls her up, comes over with some flowers, sit on the couch and stare her in the eyes and look like a puppy for 10 minutes. Oh, I miss you so much. I love you so much. I love you. I love you. I love you. And she take him back. Then the next time he gets caught, he's like, okay, I just buy some flowers, go over there and sit on the couch, apologize, whatever, and she'll take me back. And there's no point. At no point is he threatened. There's no threat there because even if you do leave, even if you say, okay, well, screw it, I gave you a chance, you blew it, I'm out. When he's making the decision on and balancing, like, what's the worst thing that can happen when I do this, and he's quantifying that decision or his choices. If I do this, what's worst is going to happen? In his mind, he's like, I just have to buy some flowers. And he might go like, well, me taking this chance to get to know this other woman is worth some flowers. It's worth some floral arrangements. And he makes a bad choice. So, just saying. Ooh, I like that saying. Well put, Carolyn. Carolyn R. What you allow is what will continue. I like that. James, I wasn't informed of your live show. You may want to look at that. Yeah, no. I posted. That's also part of the reason why I was thinking about the Patreon too, because the algorithm sometimes screws me. I was going to say the other one. I was going to speak some French. S'il vous plaît. Speak some of that French. Yeah, sometimes the algorithm it does me dirty. It's like, oh, okay, James is like, bottom of the list. TLC, the girl group, not the channel, also covered Prince's song Girlfriend. Both good songs. Great pick, James. Nice! Raspberry with a $5 super chat. Thank you. I'm going to look that up. Thank you for letting me know that. That's a great song. I love that song. If I was your girlfriend, would you run to me if somebody hurt you, even if that somebody was me? That was my shit. I wish I could hit that note. My voice too deep. Old dead bread. When you dropping the OnlyFans? Shit, I like all my parts where they are. You trying to get me put up out my house? Come home, the keys don't work. Lizzie B, we speak French up in Chow. Mon ami. Oh yeah. June Gem said, well, Mama comes in And she's told about the nearby gunshots. Yeah, because they had a whole conversation about how there was gunshots the night before. And, like, people got, it was only, like, 1 or 2 murders. Like, and her baby is, like, over the pond. Like, you know, living in a different country. You talking about how there's gunshots and shit. In London, they don't have gunshots like this. Like, gunshots in London is, like, crazy unique. So, and then you like, I gotta go to the bathroom. Yeah, it's over there. The house is over there. Like, you're living in our house. Yeah, that could bring out the bad side of somebody. That could bring out the attitude in anybody. Going green, speaking that French. Okay, MJC said, if you're not getting the notifications, you have to turn them off and then maybe turn them back on. Hopefully that'll work. Thanks for the tip. Going crazy. Say, yeah, only 1 or 2. Only 1 or 2 gunshots. I mean, only like 1 or 2 people got killed. It ain't that bad. Shit. That's when you look right at your daughter. Pack your bag. We get the hell up out of here. Are you crazy? All right, so there was another couple. Let me see if I can get these jackaloons. Jasmine and Gino. Jasmine and Gino. Yeah, these two are a piece of works too. Amazing. These two are a piece of work. Let me click on this real quick. So that was Jasmine and Gino. I didn't talk that time because I gotta fix my mic apparently, because you know, Kremlins. But whatever. So Jasmine and Gino, funny bunnies that they are in a different situation. Jasmine is from Panama, and she's been shaking and snaking and fooling and schooling this dude Gino for a long time. Just a little history. Gino is a jackass. She sent naked pictures to Gino. This is why I say, PSA, don't send adult photos to your partners. She knew this guy, kind of knew him, didn't know him, or whatever the case may be. She sent him pictures of herself, topless. She's a school teacher. Apparently, Gino's jackass self decided he was going to share these pictures with his ex-wife. His ex-wife take those pictures and lets Gino, like, somehow Jasmine finds out, I forget how it actually worked. Jasmine found out that he shared the pictures with his ex-wife. Then she got pissed off, obviously, that he shared such a private thing with his ex. They got back together before everything got done. She flipped out, trying to attack him physically. Then she leaves and she cries. Before, like, the next day, she gets her own room. Because even though he was in Panama, he took her on vacation in Panama to an expensive resort. Then she gets her own room because she can't sleep in the same room with him. Then the two of them get back together and they talk and everything gets worked out. Then eventually she winds up leaving her job because apparently the ex-wife supposedly sent the pictures to her job and got her fired from her job. Like the naked pictures to her job got her fired. Now, with that being said, Jasmine, quiet as kept, has OnlyFans. Like, Jasmine has OnlyFans. Like, a lot of these 90-day people have OnlyFans. That's something I discovered because, like, when I first started doing my reviews or whatever, I was doing 90-day. And I realized, like, so many of these people, because I would read articles or whatever, and they'd be like, yeah, this person has OnlyFans. This person has OnlyFans. I'm like, Jasmine got an OnlyFans? Like, she got fired off her job, teaching job, supposedly because this lady had sent pictures. But she had OnlyFans? Like, they might have found out about your OnlyFans. That's why you lost your teaching job, because, school districts kind of frown on that type shit. Like, they can't have Miss Johnson's boobies out, And she teaching math class. Bad enough these boys got all kinds of hormones running through them anyway. Watching her twist and shake up there. So, they had that. Now, I gave that little bit of background. While they were down there, I'll give a little more background. Gino was asked to pay for an apartment for Jasmine while she was waiting to come to America. Jasmine goes and decides that she wants to move in an apartment with her ex-boyfriend, who is from the UK. Good-looking dude named Dane from the UK. And every time Gino and Jasmine get in an argument, Jasmine throw out that she loves sleeping with Dane and she loved having this type of relationship with Dane because Dane for the best and Dane is the best in the bed. And she don't really like sleeping with Gino because she ain't never have no fun, like no finish with Gino, even though they participate. It's crazy, right? And so when all this happened, I'll get to that in a minute. When all this happens, or like I said, every time they get in an argument, she throwing this dude in Gino's face, right? Come to find out, Gino is sending down money so that she could buy a wedding dress. Sent her $4,000 so she could buy a wedding dress. Plus, he's paying for her rent, for her apartment, for her and her sister. Not knowing that she lived in the same apartment building as her ex-boyfriend who she was having this crazy sex life with. Apparently, they were sleeping with each other so much that they got tired of it. That's why they friends now. It's because they got tired of all the craziness they was doing. So he sends down $4,000 so she could buy a wedding dress. She take that $4,000. She take $4,000 that she has saved up. Even though he's paying for everything for it, she saved up $4,000. She take his $4,000 for the wedding dress plus her $4,000 and go borrow $2 from Dane, probably more, but borrow $2 from Dane so she can get butt implants, get a BBL. Right? When what's name find out that she took that dress money, apparently when she comes up here to America, I think he got fired off of his job too. But he said that he took some time off. He took a little leave of absence when she came here. Makes no sense. So he probably got fired off of his job. Money tight as hell. She come up here talking about she got a BBL. Took the $4,000 that he's sitting down for the dress. Got herself a BBL. He's mad about that. That's money wasted. Right? Then she tells him that Dane, he paid for my BBL. He gave me $2,000. He lent it to her. Then in the same conversation, the story changes. He gave it to her as a gift to her, but then later in like a couple sentences, she changes it again to he gave it to me basically to give to us as a wedding present because he knew you would be the one using it. What? What? So Gino, obviously, this is what I wanted to talk about tonight. So obviously Gino was upset about the whole BBL situation and the fact that she took this loan out from her ex-boyfriend. He brings it up to her. And she does one of the things that Cody does. And this is where I say, like, Cody was treating Meri. This is one of the ways that Cody would treat Meri. In that parallel. When he brings it up and Gino confronts Jasmine about the borrowed money, because, to borrow money from an ex is kind of crazy in and of itself. To be indebted to that person that way, especially without you knowing about it, is insane. But she turns things back on Gino and starts talking to him about the ex-girlfriend and the pictures that he sent to the ex-girlfriend and how the girlfriend sent him to the school and got her fired off of her teaching job and how she would love being a teacher and this girl got her fired off the job and it's not fair, etc., etc. And all of a sudden it's a problem. First things first. If we're having a conversation, we can talk about different issues anytime you want to talk about them. But what we don't engage in is whataboutism. We're not going to start talking about one thing that you did wrong, and then we want to turn it about what about what you did wrong. We can talk about that. Because that shouldn't be off the table. You can have a conversation about that. But we're talking about this money that you borrowed from your ex-boyfriend. And then it turns into a whole confrontation where, again, she throws her ex situation into Gino's face about how she wished she slept with Dane that last time before she came to America. How she wished she had spent that one last night with him. Because apparently when she came up, right before she came to America on her 90 days and they started filming for this next episode. Hold on one second. Oh, okay. Right before they started filming for this next episode, she came up and she talked about, yeah, we went out to dinner. And they said, when did you go to dinner? Oh, it was February. February, what day of February? February 14th. We went to dinner. Did he bring you flowers? Yes, because I was leaving. February 14th is Valentine's Day. He brought you flowers and took you to dinner on Valentine's Day? And then that's what she said during the tell-all, because they were on a previous show. This is why nobody liked 90 Day, because it's too many damn shows. But during that time, she went to the Valentine's Day dinner with Dane, her ex-boyfriend, before she left, the same guy who gave her $2,000 to get this BBL. And then she comes to America, you know, BBL, $2,000 in debt with Dane, etc., etc. And then she's sitting there talking to Gino. When Gino gets mad about it and he confronts her about it, she gets upset with Gino, start cussing him, and she's holding on to the knife. What did you say? What did you say? Like she about to plunge the knife in his chest. James don't play that shit either. If you act like you can't control yourself because you so angry and you so mad that you can't control yourself, then we don't need to be together, because that shows me that, you know, something can happen to me. You know, I'm not bulletproof and I'm damn sure not knife proof. So, you know, I might be a big dude, but I'm not going to take a whole bunch of stab wounds to prove how tough I am. Got to prove my love by getting cut to pieces, getting cut to ribbons. Hell no. But Jasmine stands there and she throws in his face that at this time that she wishes she slept with Dane the last night she was there. At that moment, that relationship should have been over. This again goes back to what the guy had said. If you stand there and at this point, when she does stuff, as far as Dane is concerned, this is what I'm saying about Sophie. This is what I actually said about Meri. If you let people continually do things to you and you take them back, you set boundaries, they habitually cross those boundaries and those lines that you set, and they habitually line step and line jump and cross those boundaries, and you keep taking them back. After a while, it just becomes a sport. It becomes a game to see how far I can go before you actually get mad. You know? If you keep letting them, you know, do this and they keep bringing them back, you do this and you keep bringing them back. As far as I'm concerned, when somebody starts talking about they can screw their ex or they can screw this one or they can screw that one, you just trying to get that shit comfortable. You trying to get comfortable with the idea. You just rolling that around your mouth enough that you can get comfortable with the idea and the flavor. You trying to taste it to see because you like the flavor of it and that's the flavor you want to savor. So you trying to get your mind around it. This is something I want to do. This is like the equivalent of if you standing in a bar or a club or a place and two guys are about to start fighting. A lot of times, unless they're complete psychopaths, most guys aren't going to be able to flip from one to the other immediately. Immediately. They need a little ramp up. So you got to have the talking. That's where the talking comes in. Man, you don't know who I am, sucker. I'll come in here and I'll do and I'll come in. I'm nuts. I'm crazy. You don't understand who you dealing with, son. And all that talking. That talking is because they're talking themselves into the thing that they want to do. They're not prepared to do it. They're just talking themselves into it. They're getting used to the idea of doing it. And the problem that I have with like people like Jasmine in that type of situation is that Jasmine is talking herself into a situation where she's about to start doing it. She's already told you 3 or 4 times that she wished she screwed Dane. She was going to screw Dane, and she could have screwed Dane, and she missed screwing him so much, and he was the best she ever had, and he was tearing her back out, and so on and so forth. And she keeps saying that shit. She's getting herself used to the idea that when she starts cheating on you, and trust me, she's going to start cheating on you, that's who she going to cheat on you with. 100%. What's this from MJC? 427. Words are like seasoning food. Be careful with them because you can't take them back. Hell no. And if you say it like, and I'll even say this, you know where the line is. When you're in a relationship with somebody, you know what buttons you can push. You know how far you can take it. You know what I mean? You know when you say certain things that this will be the thing that's going to get them. When you say it, you get in your mind like, this will get them. This will make that mother cry. You know what does it. And there are certain things that even you get, no matter how mad you get, I call it me in my relationships, I call them nuclear options. Those are the nuclear options. Because once you cross that line, you start pushing them buttons, the certain buttons you push, that relationship is destroyed. It's over. There's no going back. Like, these are the buttons you push. You have them in a little box. You take that little hammer, you start pushing them buttons. You've basically decided for yourself that this is a relationship I no longer want to participate in. Because once I fire these bad boys off, there's no coming back from it. There's no take back seats on this. Like, once I let these go, that's it. Like the seasoning analogy, the soup has been spoiled. It's spurred. So there's that. Lizzie B with the $5 super chat. That reminds me of when Johan told everybody he should have cheated on Danielle. When somebody says that, it means they never loved you. Heck no. Hashtag heck no. Yeah, when somebody starts saying shit like that, they've already crossed that line. They're in their mind, they're trying to come up with the path to do it. In Johan's case, I think that dude was cheating the whole time. Like, I 100% believe he never stopped. Can't stop, don't stop. I think he was all about that life. He just says that he should have, because he was doing it. And he was trying to play it off like he was being sincere. Because somebody might have gave him the 411. Like, if the U.S. Embassy ever find out, the State Department, when you married to an American, already that's a red flag. Speaking of red flags, that's a red flag. So when you put on your K-1 visa, yes, I was married to an American. And whether they put in an application for you to come to the country or not, that's a red flag for them to continue looking. Like, oh, this guy has a pattern. He wants to get to the United States. He may be trying to use people to get to the United States. Then on top of that, they start looking at it and say, he never stopped seeing other people. And more to the point, he was trying to date other Americans. And they have him on tape saying that he wants to get here. So there's a possibility he's never going to be able to come to America. He blew himself up, And that's why, too, I say that in this particular case, this is Johan from 90 Day Fiance. He lives in Dominican Republic. His wife is Danielle. She moved down to the Dominican Republic. In this particular situation, this is why I say in her case, I would tell her to move her ass back out of the Dominican Republic, move away, get away from him, get away from that situation. Because your ass is in trouble. You down there with him, and if he ever realizes that he ain't never going to be able to come meet his dream and his fantasy of coming to America, and his 90% of it is going to be your fault, because he's not going to take responsibility for his part of it. He's going to blame you. And so if he's going to blame you, you could be in danger down there. Like, the DR is no place to be down there messing around. You don't want to be found at the corner of fuck around and find out. Just saying. What? James, please check block people for Kathy Ferrain. She can't see in a comment in the chat. I did tag at JBaby. Hopefully we can find the criminal and fix this. Let me see. Oh, okay. Let me check. I didn't block her, and then Jay didn't block her either. What? Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 shakes. Yeah, nobody blocked her on our end. Let me see. Let me see. 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. I just got to make sure that folks aren't being blocked. Tell you these criminals are serious, Jack. Let me see. I am so sorry, guys. I'm trying to check this, but uh-oh. Did I just disconnect? Am I still, hopefully, give me a 1 if you guys can still see me, please. Give me a 1. You guys still see me? Okay, all right. You guys can still see me. Cool. I'm thinking I was like, shit. I done messed around. I blocked myself. Like, son of a bitch. I don't know what the hell is going on. Kathy, I will find out what's going on. I swear I will find out what's going on, and I will get you back up. I don't know what's happening. Jay, could you look into that for me real quick? See if there's a way I can check to see how people are blocked or who's blocked. Nobody should be blocked, at least to my knowledge. I don't think we blocked anybody. Yeah, what's his name be tripping? Like, YouTube do be tripping. They be tripping hard. So I might have to spread it out a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I will find out. Kathy, I will find out what happened. I am so sorry that happened to you. Is this a hostile takeover? I think so. Yeah, this might be a French moment. It's already checking. MyTakeOnReality. Yeah, she's checking on it now. Yeah, it must be some kind of glitch. I don't think anybody's been blocked because, like, for the most part, the chat is good. Like, we have a really good community. I know. I don't know. Sometimes I be tripping on this shit too. Let's see. Oh, okay. Got some heat. What's this? Angela Rochelle. Glad you found a workaround. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad I did too. Because that would have been so messed up. This joint is just... why are you trying to do me like that, Angela? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think anybody's been blocked. I checked the other day. I didn't see anybody blocked. Was this those two get on my damn nerves? Sophie and Rob. Yeah, he really needs to grow the f up. Yeah. This community is dope. Like I'm not even gonna front. I'm proud to say I've one of the best, if not the best, YouTube community, hands down. Because I've been in a couple boxes. I've been around, Jack. I'm gonna have to get that thing. I've been around, and when I go to different places, they'll have some shit in their chat boxes. I'm like, what is going on? These are not my people. This is not the My Take crew up there, the My Take Armada. This is not them. These people is mean. Why y'all mean? Yeah, you guys make this awesome. Oh, Lizzie B said, please hit that like button now. 100% concur. Please hit that like button. Let a player know that you're enjoying the time here. Yeah, man. Yeah, but I plan on doing some other stuff as well as like I said, the 90-day Fiance. I want to do a little bit more on that because that's actually how I got started, and watching a lot of the foolishness that happens with that. Okay, here we go. There we go. Because some of this stuff that happens on is just insane. Angela Rochelle said, this is definitely one of my favorite chats. Yeah, because everybody's encouraging, like, you know what I mean? Like, and what I even respect, look, because rubber meets road. Let's be honest. You ain't gonna agree with everybody. You know what I mean? Hell, you can disagree with me. Some people look at me, especially when I start talking about Meri. People get hot at me for talking about Mary's ass. Like, you don't understand her. It's the way she was raised and the blah. I get it. You know what I mean? And everybody is entitled to your opinion. And what I like about this particular chat, in this chat room, and on this channel, I support the idea that we can have conversations and be civil about our disagreements, because at the end of the day, these people are living their life the best way they can. We're talking about mere, like, our interpretations of their situations. It is what it is. And we're trying to figure, nobody has life 100% figured out. You know, me, you, nobody has figured this 100% out. So we're just trying to figure out the best way to go about it. I try to give insights into how I dealt with things and some of the people that I've come across and how I've dealt with them and their situation. And, things that I've noticed and maybe some strategies I've adopted, some hard lessons I've learned from situations and relationships I've had in the past, like hard lessons as far as like one of the more recent lessons, story time. One of the more recent lessons that I learned, and I say recently, it was like maybe within the last 4 or 5 years, is frankly quantification. Like, I've always played with the idea of quantifying things, what you have, when you have it, what it means, so on and so forth. What happens if you try it? What happens if you don't? I've always done that. But just a simple quantification of when you're ready to fight for certain relationships or fight for certain situations, the question I started to ask myself in these situations, simply put, what does winning look like? What does winning look like? So when Meri was fighting to be with Cody and stay with Cody and keep that relationship going with Cody and keep that whole thing, moving forward with him and staying married to him because she wanted to be part of the family. Ultimately, you do all this fighting, suffering, sacrificing, so on and so forth. If you win and you get everything you want, what does that shit look like? What does it look like? Because sometimes you get so fixated on, like, I'm going to fight, and you get so fixated on the fight, you never really consider what is the actual winning. If you actually get everything you want out of this situation, what does that shit look like in real terms? And what is it going to mean to you? Like, some people will fight to stay in relationships and hate the person that they fighting to stay in a relationship with. So, okay, you win, you stay in that relationship. Now your relationship is jacked up because you're in a situation with a person that you don't want to be in. You can't stand this dude. But then you fought to stay there. So what does winning look like? What is winning? And then you take that into account and you say, you know what? Winning sounds a lot like losing to me. So therefore, it's not worth it. You know what I mean? It's not worth me taking the time to do all this struggling and fighting and staying, you know what I mean? Stay in this relationship, keep people around who don't want me around. And I'm going to fight them so that they can keep me around and so we can all be miserable. Funk that. I didn't say the F word. I said funk. Funk that. Bump, 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 bump. Funk that bass. Bump, 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 bump. You know, funk that. Like, you don't have to sit there and take that shit. You can move on and you can find something to make you happy. Find something that's worth fighting for. Because life is too damn short for you to sit around, waste your time, energy, and effort, your strength, your fortitude on fighting for a bunch of stuff that doesn't mean anything at the end of the day. What is that? Yep, like, cool, you won. But look at what you won. That's what I'm talking about. Sounds like Cody and Robin. Right, exactly. You got everything you wanted. And it went with Justice for Jeff. Justice for Jeff. You got everything you wanted. You wanted to be with this woman by yourself, to yourself. You wanted to have him all to your lonesome. You got it. Now you're sitting there crying, my sister was sitting on the porch with me. I'm so sad. What happened? You won. You got everything you wanted. The problem you have is a great quote from Mr. Spock. Like I said, having is not the same as wanting. You wanted something, now you have it. Now, it ain't what you thought it was going to be. It didn't do you like you thought it was going to do you. It didn't feel like you thought it was going to feel. What is this? No, winning is not being the best. Winning is not being the first. Winning is being happy. Exactly. What is this? Renee's wife. Watch you might get in trouble. What I do? For real? Winning for Robin and Cody is starting to look like not actually what they wanted. Exactly. They didn't want to win. What they wanted was, what Robin and Cody wanted was, they wanted to be able to mistreat the people around them. And in their wildest machinations, and this is my opinion, and their wildest machinations, as far as I can see from them, they took the position that these people were never going to leave. No matter how much they forced them out the door, told them to get out, screw you, I don't want you around, hate your guts, you bother me, etc., etc. They never in their wildest dreams thought they would actually leave. And then surprise, surprise, somebody messed around and got a backbone and said, pack my stuff. You ain't got to tell me to leave twice. If you leave, you can't come back. Don't threaten me with a good time, asshole. And then out the door she went. You know what I mean? And not only did Christine leave, she went out and found herself a husband. Not only did Meri leave, she took her bankroll with her and she found herself a boyfriend or a plaything or a thing. I mean, I'm not even mad at Meri. Like I said, I'm not even going to diminish her relationship or cut it down. But I mean, at the end of the day, if her relationship turns out to be everything, I'm happy for you. Congratulations. If her relationship just turns out to be a wham bam, thank you, ma'am, see you later, senorita, good for you. Good for you. If you did your thing and you happy with yourself, you know what I mean? Not every time you step up to the plate, it's not going to be a home run. You know what I mean? Every time you do something, you can't win all the time. You can't win all the time. Oh, is Queen here? Queen here? Queen G in the house? I haven't seen her in a minute. Hope she's doing well. haven't seen Queen in a minute. I was looking for... Sorry, guys. Hope everything is okay. Maybe she just don't like my channel no more, which is cool. But I hope she's doing good. Hope she's doing well. Queen was always good to me. What is this? At June Gem. Well, my grandpa had his own flavor and his helpful advice. He also said that it's not okay to try to wash someone else's butthole. Just he also said that it's okay to try and wash someone else's butthole. Just avoid it and move on to better opinions. I guess it's assholes. Opinions like assholes. Everybody got one. Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know that. All right. Hey, Queen. All right. Okay. I'm sorry, Queen. I did not know that. I'm sorry. I missed it last week. Okay. Queen in the house. What's up? You done changed your name, huh? You in that witness protection program? Hiding out. It's like, oh, had to change this up. They almost figured me out. Okay. Yeah, I was missing you. I was like, oh man, I haven't seen Queen in a minute. Every time I got off, I was like, oh, I ain't seen Queen this week. Okay, all right, that's awesome. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate it. Let's see. Cody is talking about all the women that are men except for Janelle. I'm waiting for that shoe to drop because he had nothing nice to say about any of them. You know what? And that, thank you for bringing that up, Stephanie. I appreciate that. That reminds me. That reminds me of something I wanted to say. Thank you, Stephanie, for bringing that up. So you guys are awesome. When it comes to Cody and Meri, there is a reason why sometimes, especially when your relationship ends, you may have to move on. Okay? Because Cody, even though Meri will sit there and say, I want Cody to be my friend and I want to be friends with Cody, etc., etc., etc. There is a point where I could see a scenario where Cody is releasing a lot of this stuff about Amos. Like, because there is some speculation that Cody was the one who was releasing this to In Touch magazine and a lot of the tabloids, the National or whatever, about Amos. And I can see that because when you deal with somebody like Cody who made it a point to say that I wanted to make sure that David knew that Christine is just knocking me down because I'm a good man. And if she leaves a good man, then he has to watch his back because, you know, if she leaves a good man, then she's screwing around, right? That whole thing. There is a point where you may have to move on so that you can reestablish boundaries with the people that, even though you want to have this friendship with them and you want to continue some type semblance of relationship with them, you may have to create some distance so you can reestablish the boundaries of your relationship. Because guys like Cody, and you're just recognizing the people that you're dealing with. Guys like Cody are, okay, thanks, Jay. Guys like Cody, they are never in a situation where they're willing to take blame or responsibility for the failure of the relationship. What's worse is that their ego won't allow you to have a healthy relationship because your relationship with them didn't work. So they almost take it personally. Like in Cody's situation, I can see a situation where somebody like Cody would take it personally. If Meri was able to go out and find a guy who makes her happy and she could be happy with, and they could have a relationship that work, all of a sudden it's a commentary on Cody and how Cody appears to be in these relationships. All of a sudden I'm the one with the problem. So that might be an issue. With Christine, oh, Christine, she's not attractive, she's not sexy, she's got all kinds of attitude problems, da-da-da. Then she goes and meet David. David can't get enough of that good thing. You know? David like, that's a sweet treat to me. And David he can't get enough of that good. Now all of a sudden, that begs the question, is it David, is it Christine, or is it Cody? You know, so Cody has an issue with that. So when you're dealing with people like that, you always have to be concerned or careful with having these people in your inner circle, because they can sabotage your relationships. And, you thinking that, okay, well, they're my friend and I can keep them at bay, or I could do this. And you have to watch them, because they only have to say the right thing at the wrong time one time. So one time that they say something that could hurt or damage your relationship, maybe it hurts you, maybe it doesn't, but they say it at a time when maybe you guys are having struggles or problems or complications, and he says it at a time when your relationship is vulnerable or weak, and he says what he's going to say, then all of a sudden he blow your spot up and he could ruin that relationship. So she has to watch out for him. Thank everybody by YouTube. You have to go to comments. Okay. All right. Let me try one thing. If you guys will excuse me for a second. Vixen James said, "We could not love your show." I know, right? Let's see. I'm going to see if I can do something real quick, because I got to try to get my homegirl back up. And let's see. Yeah, because a lot of this stuff is just insane to me. Wow, okay. Yeah, nope. I don't have anything from Kathy. I don't know why. She's not blocked on my end. Kathy, send me an email at MyTakeOnReality@gmail.com if you can't get back in. We'll try to work it out. Stephanie said, what I thought was funny was the kiss between Robin and Cody when they showed the first part of Christine's wedding to David. Talk about jealousy. Yeah. Robin was so jealous. No attention on her. Yeah, she was. All of a sudden, could you imagine? Because who said it last week? Somebody said it perfectly last week, and I want to give her flowers. I'm sorry. I have a lot of notes everywhere. I'm like that crazy scientist. I got notes on top of notes. And that's not it. And I'm sorry. I said her name during a video I posted last week, because she made an excellent point that the show is cyclical now. It started at a certain place, and it could end there. Like, it started with a marriage, it could end the series with a marriage. And the problem is that the first marriage involved Robin and Cody. And the problem that Robin is having is that the focus was on Robin and Cody's relationship, and so much emphasis was placed on that. So much so that I took the position that initially TLC had rolled this show out as Cody and Robin's love story. The OG3 were merely the backdrop of that love story. That's how TLC rolled this show out from the production side, in my opinion. Now, the viewers and the audience took an interest in the OG3, and that's what drove the OG3 to the forefront of this show. Is because of you guys. It wasn't because of TLC and the geniuses that sitting in the home offices of TLC. It was you guys who made the OG3 the main characters in the show. And that's why, Robin don't like y'all asses. That's why she don't like y'all. That's why she can't stand the audience members. And you guys are all confused and you don't know what you're doing because the agreement was supposed to be her and Cody's show. And these other people are supposed to be Diana Ross. And these other people, OG3s, was supposed to be the Supremes. They supposed to be Gladys Knight. These supposed to be the Pips. Cody and Robin was supposed to be Michael Jackson, and the other one's supposed to be the Jackson 5. But that's not what happened. And that's why they pissed. Turned out Cody and Robin and Tito. And they don't like it. Yes, it went on Saturday, 113, missed Sundays, live and Tuesdays. They didn't know when it would be on, and we went to a hotel. I have asthma, and I wasn't breathing well. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh. Sorry to hear that. Oh, Jessica Moore, Kathy, try to restart your phone and try to come back in that way. Worked for me a few weeks ago. Okay. Yeah, try that. Because it's not on our end. Because all the moderators said that they haven't blocked you. And I haven't blocked you. And I checked my thing to see if you were blocked under my system. And Jay went in and checked too. My daughter went in and checked also. She didn't see where you were blocked. So we didn't block you. You are not blocked on this. In fact, I don't have anybody blocked. Because you guys are awesome. That's what it is. Jesse, okay. Yeah, try to restart. Stephanie said, Robin is like a little girl standing outside a bakery with her nose pressed up against the window. Yeah, right? Smelling them delicious flavors. Oh, it's incredible. The chocolates, the butter. Wishing she had what was on the other side of that window. You know that's right. Mouth just drooling like, I want some deliciousness too. And they're like, no biscuits for you. No croissants, because we speak that French up in here. His wife. Okay, all right, Kathy. Welcome back, Renee's wife. Thank you. Awesome. I'm glad you're back. I'm back in the house. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. YouTube is a mother, boy. They be blocking my people. They be not informing folk. Like, YouTube just don't like my channel. What do? We too positive? Is that what it is? We have too much fun? Is that what it is? People actually enjoy coming to the chat box? Is that what it is? You trying to stop that? Gotta have some more fire. Gotta have some heat. If we ain't got no smoke, it ain't fun. Come on, people. I'll tell you, they be working overtime on my shit. I'll go on to places, they have zero problems. Zero problems. Nothing. And I'm like, well, maybe they're just skilled. Maybe I just don't have the skills. Nope. I don't think that's it. That's what I thought at first. I was like, maybe I'm just deficient in some way. I just have to get better. That's right. They ain't going to stop us. Yeah, because I've heard that before too. People getting unsubscribed and they get knocked out and get knocked back and don't get notifications. That was a big thing. Like when I was doing some of the lives earlier, folks weren't even being notified. I do have, just so you guys know, I am on Instagram and Facebook as MyTakeOnReality. Have groups on both. And I also have, so I post a lot of the notifications on those sites. So you can always find out when I'm going to be live and when I'm jumping on, because I'll have it posted on those sites. I'm also on X, formerly Twitter, as MyTakeOfficial, I think it is, because somebody jumped on Twitter and took my name, so I had to zhuzh it. The official MTOR. So I'll type it in the thing. So X, Twitter, the official MTOR. That's where I'm at on Twitter, or X is Elon, because he's cool. I'm gonna call it X. That'll be the one that'll get him. Yeah, but I have it on there. So when I post new videos, I'll post it on all those. Typically it'll go on Facebook. Oh my goodness. Oh, just called up an X there. They got this dude beating the dog shit out of his son. Oh, he found out that she's selling her body, so he decides he's going to brutalize her. Good job, Dad. I mean, I get it. Like, that's the thing that people say, but... Stephanie, okay, well, I have an issue with... Is Cody said that he was pissed because Janelle was remaining friends with Christine. Yeah, you know that's right. And Janelle could care... two craps less about Cody's feelings and none of Cody's tantrums. Yeah. Well, because my favorite part is, because my other favorite part of that is that at the same time Cody is mad that Janelle is friends with Christine. Like, how you gonna be friends with Christine? That's ridiculous. How you gonna do that to me? Right? The whole time he's saying that. At the same time, Christine was a shit sister wife because she didn't get along with nobody. But she gets along with Janelle, your other wife. The only one she don't get along with is Rob. Oh. Oh. Okay. So it's not that she don't get along with anybody. She just don't get along with the one you wanted to get along with. And the relationships have to be tied to your approval. So if they're friends and they see each other as sisters and they have independent relationships outside of you, then because they don't get along with you, wouldn't those relationships continue? Oh no, but if they do, they're not loyal. That's right. So technically they wouldn't have relationships, right? Cody, part of me kind of wishes that Cody could have the temperament or mindset and the temperament, mindset, and courage to be able to sit across and just let me ask him those general questions. And for us to approach this whole subject matter logically without him throwing a temper tantrum or crying about how I don't understand his life. You don't know my life? That's some bullshit. If this is what you're saying, please explain it to me so I understand and it makes perfect sense. I'm extending the challenge. I don't think that Cody has the reasoning or logic to be able to make it make sense. Point blank. I don't think that he could make that shit make sense. Chad and Low combing MySpace and Facebooks or whatever the kids are using nowadays. Yeah, I know that's that's how I feel. I feel the same way. You and me both, Angela. I feel the same way. Like whatever these crazy kids are using these days. I feel like I'm in that same zone with you. Like I don't know what to put in there. Yeah. Well, because I agree with that. Like that, he didn't recognize that these women are actually forming bonds. And part of the reason why, the ironic part is, part of the reason why Christine and Janelle had to form the bonds that they formed is because they had the largest contingent of children. So they had to figure out their child care, their daycare between each other, and they had to rely on one another because Cody's ass wasn't around. So the reason why they're as close as they are isn't because they chose to dislike Cody or they bound together in resistance to Cody's presence. They bound together because they had to out of survival because Cody's ass wasn't around. If he was doing the job that he was supposed to be doing as a partner, then they probably wouldn't be as close as they are. So again, it's your fault, Cody. Long and short, it's your fault. Oh, what was I reading? I was reading the, well, I have like 3-4 things running at the same time, so I gotta read everything damn near. So I'm reading like the chat box. I got the chat box here. I got the, I had to go online and try to figure out why Kathy's was blocked or why she wasn't able to access. Then I was reading my Twitter thing about like there's some guy beating the hell out of his daughter. Like they had a video of some guy beating the dog shit out of his daughter because he found out she was selling herself or whatever. That's what they said in the caption. What do you think about this? What do I think about this? Why? What are you doing? Like you beating her is not stopping nothing. Like you gotta talk to her, figure out where she at, what she doing, what's going on with her. Have a conversation. You know what I mean? Beating her, I mean, it's a little late for that shit. Like, yeah, that dog has already left the barn, or the horse is already out the barn. Like, there ain't no beat. You can't beat something that somebody already did. Like, what are you doing? They probably are you giving a reason to stop doing it? I don't know. It's a bunch of stuff. I don't know. Does Cody want moms and wives, or does he want servants? Servants. I genuinely think he wants servants. I agree with you, Raspberry. I think that Cody wants servants. I don't think he wants wives. He certainly doesn't want when I say wives, and that's the thing of definitions. That when we say wives, I say wife, and I think I'd be willing to guess that when you say wife, you're actually referring to a partner. You know, somebody who you are walking through life with, shoulder to shoulder with, so that you can share some of that burden of life with. In Cody's respect, and maybe from his cultural perspective or his sociological perspective or just his asshole position, he looks at wives as servants, as beneath him, as something to assist him to obtain his wants, desires, needs, conveniences, and things that bring him comfortability. But if you do not provide those things, then you are not fulfilling your wifely duties. And so I think that it's just you know, we're using the same word. We just have two different definitions of the same term or phrase. Cody is like a middle school student. When he's mad at someone, everyone else has to dislike them as well. Yeah, I know, right? That is some childish ass shit. Oh, I'm mad at them. You can't be their friend anymore. What? I'm a grown ass man, Doc. I'll be friends with whoever I want to be friends with. What are you talking about? Yes, I'm gonna stay friends with them. You know what I mean? You have to just get over it. Like if I have a problem with somebody, I tell my kids, like, do not adopt my feuds. Like this ain't the Hatfield and McCoys. Like, you don't have to, just because I'm not upset with somebody or I'm mad with somebody and I'm not getting along with them doesn't mean that you should have to take on my disputes. In fact, I don't want you to take on my disputes. If you have a problem with them, then you have a problem with them. If you don't, like, if I have a disagreement with somebody, you don't like how they did me, or you don't like, you know, you feel it is disrespectful, for whatever reason, you have an issue with them, then you have your issue with them. But I don't want your disagreement with them to be based on my disagreement with them. I'm strong enough where I can have disagreements with people on my own. I don't need my kids' backup or approval to be able to disagree with somebody. You know what I mean? I don't need my people to disagree with anybody. If I don't like somebody, I'm good. You can be their friend. Shit. I'm just not going to the cookout. You know what I mean? I'm just not going. You can go. Don't let me stop you. But yeah, to me that is childish. Like, it's not an issue of loyalty. You know, if I'm not getting along with somebody and you want to hang out with that person, you're not being disloyal to me. You know, if that's something you want to do, then, you know, knock yourself out. I would just, though, it becomes disloyal if your relationship is, the foundation of your relationship is you talking shit about me or talking about how you gonna set me up, or, you know what I mean, something to that effect, or somehow you betraying me. But as long as you can keep me separate from your relationship with this person and my disagreement with this person, I have no problem with that. Especially if, like I said, if you insisted that these people are supposed to be best friends or whatever the case may be, then they should be those things. They should be able to be those things. You the one that set the rules. Now you don't like it. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah. He said that during the tell all and the talk back. You know, cancel. It said Cody said during the talk back that no one knows Robin at all. Nobody knows you. Yeah, Nobody knows you. Shut up. I don't have to know her. You know what I mean? I don't have to know everything about you. You don't know me because you're only with me 365 days a year. I don't need to know all that shit. I know everything I need to know. You're an asshole. I know everything I need to know. Congratulations. Yeah, he's a walking contradiction. And Toto too said, hello class. Oh, yeah. That the power outage, yeah, correct, yeah. That was terrible. I remember that. We were talking about that the next day. Which reminds me, let me see, just scrapping. Do you have an opinion on Bianca photos Kanye keeps posting on IG concerning he has daughters? Bianca, I didn't see that. Let me see. Oh, what the hell? Oh. Kanye, what the hell are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Here, I'll share this with everybody. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, Kanye. Ah, you asshole. Just Scrapping asked, do you have an opinion on Bianca photos Kanye keeps posting on IG? Consider he has daughters. I don't even know if I could post this. This might be too adult, too risque. It's essentially a picture of, it's essentially a picture of Kanye's, I guess, now wife wearing a thong bikini that's with her BBL hanging out with a domino mask, like one of them masks the BDSM people use. It's insane. Like, yeah. What are my thoughts about it? My thoughts are simply this. Kanye, he criticized Kim Kardashian because of her risque photos. But before you married her, and what propelled her into fame was the self-released porno tapes that she made with Ray J. So this is somebody who had certain characteristics that you knew about before you started dating them and before you married them. You married them anyway. Then you marry him, you bring him in. You were cool with her taking a whole bunch of, like, she took way more risque photos than I think even this is concerned. Like, I don't know if I can put this on YouTube because my channel might get knocked. But she was taking risque photos too. Kim was taking risque photos. Then when Kanye divorces her, all of a sudden he starts criticizing her, saying that she shouldn't be taking these risque photos and talking about all the pictures she's taking and how ridiculous it is and how he's saved and he's trying to get into heaven and how she messing up his daughter and all this other stuff and she's a bad example, so on and so forth. Then he gets his wife, his current wife, and he got this chick standing in damn near naked, and I do mean damn near naked, wearing a domino mask, and he wants to criticize him. What's this? Just Scrapping down there in our super chat. He has been putting her in a closet, a few photos in. Oh, wow. Look, I'm not gonna criticize nobody for how how you get your freak on, what you do. when you do it. You know, this stuff, if you're going to take that position, the holy roller position, and you're going to take a position that certain activities are no longer in line with where you are and what you're trying to do as far as your kids are concerned, then you have to walk the talk. If you draw something as your line, then you have to walk that line. Like, don't stop putting your morality on other people and then turn around and backslide on your morality. That's where I take issues with it. I don't like the hypocrisy of it. Now, I'm not going to sit up here and say that I would be excited if I saw my child wearing that. Like, I'm not going, oh, yeah, I'll be okay with it. I mean, it is what it is. She's an adult. She do what she want to do. But this will be, look, what you're not going to do is convince her to do something, co-sign her doing something, then turn around and try to pretend like what she did is so disgusting and so abhorrent that she no longer deserves rights or custody of her children anymore. That shit is too far. That's too much for me. Let's see. Yeah, Lizzie B said, just before I'll come back to that. Lizzie B said, yes, James, I saw it on Instagram. It's too explicit. Yeah. The live stream might get blocked. MyTakeOnReality. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's right. I think that's 100% right. I'm looking at it now. I'm like, this shit is crazy. I'm going to put that down. I'm going to take it down now. I'm tired of looking at it. But, like, I don't like to see people set themselves up. I don't want to see nobody set themselves up either. And then the way Kanye and Kim and a lot of them use folks, it's one thing if this is something that you want to do, and this is just my position. It's one thing if it's something that you want to do because you have a calling to do it, and it's something that you feel in your heart that you want to, have your ass cheeks all over the internet, whatever. But it's another thing if the people around you are using you for this thing, so that they can get some kind of shine or they can get their name in the papers. Because, like, I haven't talked about Kanye in forever. So this is the first time in a long time I've talked about Kanye or the word Kanye actually passed my lips. Even Kim Kardashian, for that matter. And I feel like with situations like that, they use these people, or he's using his wife, so that even people like me are now talking about Kanye. So he's getting a benefit from it. But my question to her would be, what's your benefit? Like, oh, well, if he makes money, we make money. Yeah, I guess that's true. But at the same time, what are you getting out of it? Is this something you want to do? Is this for you? Or is this something that he's kind of encouraging you to do because he's getting a benefit from it? And that's all I'll say about that, I guess. Unless something else comes up in the chat box, in which case we'll continue to talk about it. Okay. Kanye and his pretend wife on that boat in Italy was just as bad, if not worse, than Kim's sex tape. Kim has the excuse of being young and stupid. Yeah. Young, stupid, and determined. Like, her mom was involved with that too. So there was, again, there's a lot of forces and a lot of energies that push you to make these types of decisions that aren't necessarily your best interest, or decisions that you yourself would make for yourself that, people will encourage you to do. And the crazy part about it is people will talk to you and convince you to do a whole bunch of bullshit. And by the time they get finished talking to you, sweet talking, you flipping it, skipping it, and jumping it and turning it around, you'll think that this shit's your idea. And you'll be thinking that you're the one that decided to do this foolishness. So I'm not a fan. Like, everybody can do what everybody wants to do and what makes them feel comfortable. I'm just not a fan when it comes to a situation where people are making these types of decisions without recognizing the damage that they could later be causing for themselves by making these types of decisions and being informed, Yep. That's what I'm talking about. PZH, he kept berating Kim for being too sexy as a mother, and then he does this to his kid's stepmother. Exactly. And you can't, and my thing is that you can't, as a father, it's very difficult for you to take the moral position or take the moral ground that you don't want the mother of your children presenting herself a certain way because it's disrespectful to herself and it's disrespectful for her kids, and the kids are looking at her as an example. But then the woman that you choose to be with, even though that's not your kid's biological mom, the woman that you choose to be with, the woman you choose to spend your time with, this is what you have her out there doing. So you're co-signing it. So how are you going to look your kids in the face and tell them that this is wrong and this is not how you present yourself when you're with somebody who's presenting themselves that way? I'm not saying that you can or is wrong, or I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that how do you make that determination when you're trying to instruct your kids or tell your kids something? How do you tell your kids that you can't do this while you're doing it? And that's that hypocrisy. Kids are funny because they won't listen to what you say, but they'll watch what you do. And I'm just saying, that's just where I'm at. What's this? You can pull up them walking up in the street with a bikini and a shirt and a skirt. Oh. Do I think that Snoop Dogg, what do I think about Snoop Dogg being arrested for Tupac's murder? Oh, wow. I didn't hear about that. Do you think they're just grasping at straws? Blowing smoke out their asses? I never thought Snoop Dogg had anything to do with Tupac's murder. Because the one thing they had was that Snoop Dogg was supposed to be there the night Tupac got killed. But that's just light. That's light. So unless they have something that can definitely point to Snoop Dogg, to be honest with you, what's his name? Suge Knight had more motivation to have Tupac killed at the time. Puff Daddy had way more motivation to have Tupac killed at the time than Snoop Dogg, who had a disagreement with Tupac. But it wasn't a thing where they would have been at the point where he would have set him up to get shot up in a car. And you also have to keep in mind that in order for there was a guy, story time. When this happened, there was a guy I knew. It was like, man, that shit was a setup. It's like, what do you mean, yo? He said, you got a car with Tupac in the passenger seat and Suge Knight in the driver's seat in the front of the car. I'm like, yeah. He said, and Tupac was the only one who got shot. He said, Suge Knight big as hell. Like, Suge Knight is huge. That's a big human being. And Tupac was about 5'6", 5'7". He was a little small dude. Tupac was a small guy. He's like DMX size, little short guy. You know what I mean? Not a little short guy, but he was a small dude. He was a small person. And so Suge Knight grabbed Tupac and shoved him all up in the window and used him as a shield in order to catch all them bullets. There's no way in the world he caught all them bullets. I was like, yeah, he got a point. So it's kind of weird to me that he was the only one that got shot up. Not to mention, Suge Knight was in such a position where if Snoop Dogg would have met him that way and shot up the car with him in it, you know, Suge Knight and Snoop Dogg was having complications too. Suge Knight would have had a problem with Snoop Dogg, and it would have been something more. So I don't think Snoop had anything to do with it. That's just my gut feeling. Unless, of course, some more evidence comes out which proves me wrong, in which case I'll take that into account when it comes up. Said North is a little tomboy. Kanye 2.0 is cute, and she makes fun of her mom. LOL. So far, I think she's safe. I don't know about the other three. Yeah. Because I heard that they were trying to push them into. He was really against them getting like the Instagram pages and doing a whole lot of adult type photos and stuff. Like, I get that because it's such an industry. Like, there's one thing. It's bad enough when you have young ladies do it and just jumping on Instagram, booty popping pictures. That's one thing. But when you have somebody who is in the industry around a lot of these people who will take advantage of your child, like some of them people, they will bang out your kid. Like, you know what I mean? No problem. No problem. They have no issues with going after your child. So Kanye knowing that this is what's out there and these are the types of people that's out there, I can see him being very careful about how she presents herself. Because some of these guys, and I've always said that, like with Hollywood, one of the dangers with Hollywood is that you have a group of people that try to mature your children faster. So they like that. It's almost like these pageants where they have like the little girls. They'll be basically like 5, 6, 7 years old, but they got them walking around looking like grown women with like their faces completely made up, wearing nightgowns and stuff. And they try to dress them up to look like little tiny women. You know, some people look at that and say, "Oh, that's cute." That's like, look, they're little girls pretending to be grown folks. There's some people who look at that like, look at those little grown folks. Those are the people that you got to watch out for. And in Hollywood, there's a lot of folks out there who put these kids in adult situations and then try to treat these children like they're adults. So Kanye and people who have access to those types of people and their kids by default because of who they are would have access to these kind of people, you have to make it very clear that these kids are not only children and they're kids, but these are kids who are being looked out for, and we're watching. So you want to make that very clear. So I get where Kanye would come from with the idea of making sure that, you know, the kids are presenting themselves and have a certain ideal around them. The problem is Kanye's mixed up in the bullshit too. So it's hard to be mixed up in it and then sit there and try to talk trash about the machine when you're part of the machine. Raspberry. What's bothersome about Kanye is some of his music is good and his persona takes away from the music. That's true. That's true. Yeah, you know what? I've reached a point where, especially in the last maybe 10 years or so, where, you know, so much has come out about people that I might have not necessarily looked up to. I looked up to my parents. I idolized my parents. I didn't idolize people on TV. But people who I might have revered or regarded as being important folks in Hollywood and putting out and making good contributions. I've learned to separate those people from their work, those people from their music or from their movies or whatever the case may be. Just because you can act good, sing good, talk good or whatever doesn't mean that you're a good person. And I've learned to appreciate the contribution and take it away from the shortcomings of who they are as people. Demented Biscuit, love the name. Demented Biscuit, awesome. Kanye's new wife is gutsier than me with all that hanging out. I didn't want to say nothing about that. Okay, not at 54. My husband liking that view is all I want. Yeah, there you go. That's what it's about, though. That's what it's about. See, I'm gonna leave that for a minute, the Minute Biscuit, because I 100% agree. Live stream, not love stream. You know, when you look at it, you want your people, you know, look at that back end and be like, that's a dump truck right now. Yeah, that's what you want. Don't matter what I think about it. Don't matter what and that's what's weird too. Like when you see guys who are so quick to put their wives or their girlfriends out in these positions, you know, you're looking for me to like or prove or fantasize about your people, but it don't matter whether I like her or not. You gotta like her, you know. Why you want me to be thirsting after your lady? It's just a weird situation. Oh, Jeff Scrappin said it's giving R. Kelly vibes. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Is she young? Is this new lady young? I didn't know. I don't know how old. I don't know how old she is. I figured she was young, but I didn't know how old she was. Okay, the Minute Biscuit is Kathy Ferran. Welcome back, Kathy, in the house. Hit the like, please. Hey, thank you so much, Rochelle J, for letting me know. All right, the Minute Biscuit in the house. Awesome. I still don't know what happened, Kathy. I gotta figure that out. Oh yeah. Thank you, Kathy. You just reminded me because we were talking about you last week for when I was with Amanda. Just so you guys know, tomorrow night on Monday at 7 Eastern Standard Time, Reality Squad, Reality Amanda, and myself will be going live for the OG3 trifecta for another show. We're going to be talking about, we're going to take it all the way back to season 1, episode 1. We're going to kind of talk about what's been going on with Sister Wives, have a conversation. So hopefully you guys can join for that. It's going to be off the hook. Because I'm going into this whole shit with a new attitude. I'm telling you now. Like, my whole perspective on a lot of this stuff from, thanks for letting me know about that, Kathy. And I'm sorry, Rochelle J, about Kathy Ferran. I'm glad she's back up. But, with the a lot of the stuff that I see now and where we are now, I'm kind of having a whole different perspective on the entire Sister Wife franchise from where we are now, from where compared to where we started. So you can hear all about my opinions and my new revelations tomorrow night. Just scrapping $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much. She isn't too young. I meant him control over him. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, there's always going to be a power dynamic because he is a opportunity. So he's giving her an opportunity. So I get that. So, I mean, I can see the control there. All right, Dr. Carl, welcome. No, thanks for letting me know, because I started feeling a certain kind of way about that, because I don't like to hear about, older guys start dating babies. That's crazy. The Minute Biscuit said, as long as no banana pics, we're okay, Jazz. We're okay. Not them damn banana pics. Every time I hear that, I just think about that picture. He gonna drive me to drink. Oh. Uh-oh. What's that? He said Justin Timberlake just got called out. Yeah, Janet. Yeah, because he dropped the ass off. That shit was on purpose. That was on purpose. Yeah. Saying that Cody's wives said that, what's this? Yeah, I was just saying that Cody's wives said that they fell in love with Cody when they first started Sister Wives, not the man that he's become now. Yeah. I think that he's, I have the feeling that when it comes to Cody, that he's actually changed more. But I think that we're seeing more of the man that he had within him. Like, I don't think that he automatically became somebody different. I think that we're just merely seeing a person that he was always going to be this person, and this person was always inside of him, but he's given the freedom and the ability to express himself the way he wants to express himself now. He can be the person that he always wanted to be. And so it's kind of like, there's young men will have like these fantasies about, becoming superheroes, or, people jumping in and they getting these fights and these confrontations with folks, and they have these battles or whatever. And, these displays of violence, if you will. And the twisted part about it is that if anybody ever saw the level of violence that these young men or folks would kind of wish for, they would be horrified. Like, you thinking like, oh, jump out and be like a Jet Li movie or a Donnie Yen movie or whatever. And I'm going to jump out there and karate-size somebody, and all the ladies going to be like, oh, it's so impressive. He just so know how to take care of himself. He's so masculine. He's so incredible. He's like Scott Akins. He's Boyka. He can take everybody out. But if they ever saw that level of violence, nobody is talking. They'd be scared as shit of you. You know what I mean? And when it came to Cody, like, I think that he thought that if he could be this type of ladies' man, the boss type dude, and then like half the stuff that he says as far as like, oh, I could talk to this person, or I could say this, that, and other to this person, and I wasn't really attracted to them, and they wanted to be with me, and I didn't really want them in the family. They begged to get into the family because I wasn't really ever attracted to them. And he goes through all this stuff in his mind. The problem that I think he has is that when people hear it, this fantasy that he has about how he wants his life to turn out, they're fucking horrified because it makes no sense. This is the person he always wanted to be. And so once you became that thing, like what we talked about earlier, be careful what you ask for because you just might get it, or having isn't the same thing as wanting. When you are able to be the person you always wanted to be, you don't realize that nobody likes that person. And I think that's where Cody is. Let me see. Dr. Carl explains it all. Let's see what he has to say. I would love to know what happened in the 80s in Utah that made Janelle's mom, Cody's dad, feel compelled to change religions. You know what's weird? I was watching, and I wanted to start doing a... I wanted to start watching, or I did watch, but I wanted to actually start doing a review of a series that was on Hulu called Daughters of the Cult. And in Daughters of the Cult, some of you may be familiar with this, some of you maybe not so much. It's about the family, though I'll say it this way, we'll address it this way. There is a point in the tell-all where David Woolley had said his sisters, he knows about polygamy because his sisters are involved with polygamy in Mexico. Well, the group that's in Mexico, there's a large group of polygamists in Mexico, and they come from, what's his name? Erbil... LeBaron, there you go, LeBaron group. They're from the LeBaron group. I think they're from the LeBaron group. And the LeBaron group was two brothers. It was Joel and Erbil LeBaron. Joel was supposed to be the prophet. Like his dad said, you're going to be the prophet. You're going to be the great one. You're going to be the one that everybody going to come to. And they formed a group in Mexico. And Joel was growing this group in Mexico. And he had a brother who was his right-hand man named Erbil. And the motherfucker don't ever trust a dude named Erbil. Erbil, evil, too close, right? So, Cain met Abel, and Erbil started getting jealous of the size and the money and attention that his brother was getting, and he set his brother up, got him knocked off. Turns out Erbil is actually Christine's mom's brother. They're related, right? And Erbil coming up through the AUB, and this is like in the 70s, going into the 80s. Erbil kills his brother, takes over the group. Then he starts making money, growing the group, making money, growing the group. He starts to formulate a militia, basically, of that group, the LeBarons in Mexico. Then they wanted to start taking over other polygamous sets. And he set his eyes on AUB, which was actually when they talk about Christine's grandfather who was murdered. That Christine's dad's father who got murdered, and that was a doctor and he got killed. He was head of the AUB. Raylan got killed by Ervil LeBaron. So essentially, her uncle killed her grandfather, right? And this was in the 80s when everybody was talking about trading and transferring over. And eventually, like in the late 80s, early 90s, they came up 4 o'clock, 3 different locations: Utah, Utah, Texas, and I think it was like one part of Utah, another part of Utah, and Texas. I got to look at it again to nail all the facts down. But they came up, they killed 3 people who were tied into the LeBarons and the little girl, like one of the guy's daughters. And these murders happened. That's why they were calling them like the Manson. And this is after Ervil died. These people did this. Like, they kept going. So there was a lot of murder, a lot of mayhem, and there were a lot of things happening, which is why there was such a off-put from the LDS. The way Sister Wives presents it to us, and I'll have to put this together better for a video, but the way Sister Wives presents it to us, especially the Brown family, is that people just misunderstand these polygamists in these situations, and they don't like them. And so in the 80s, and like I said, the 70s, 80s, and 90s, when all these murders and like all this mayhem was happening, drugs was being moved, and they turned these cults into like violent militias and all this kind of stuff. That's what people were offended by. When they went to Salt Lake City, they were trying to sell jewelry, that junk jewelry at Sister Wives Closet in Salt Lake City, Utah, at that convention. The reason why so many people were offended and scared and nasty to them is because of what happened with the LeBarons. Is what happened with the it wasn't just Warren Jeffs. It was like a few groups that had these problems. The Kingstons were having same problems, where they had brothers and sisters marrying each other, and kids were getting indoctrinated. So there's a lot that goes into these things, and I wanted to kind of talk about that. Tomorrow night, be talking about a lot of that. But Bright Eyes, the $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Do you think Meri finally realizes she was bamboozled into divorcing Crody? Part of me wants to say yes, because I think a lot of Jen's responses to Meri are actually Meri's responses. I think that Meri is talking through Jen in a lot of her positions. But she'll never come out and admit to the audience that she got tricked into getting divorced. Even now, she comes out and she'll say stuff like, I didn't divorce Cody for Robin, I divorced Cody for the kids. I did it for the kids. You know, but none of that shit makes any sense. Okay. Saw some movement over here. My light hit the thing. I was like, what the shit was that? Well, James don't play Ghost. We don't play Ghost. Yeah, Ervil. That's the dude's name, Ervil. I know, right? Ervil Redenbacher. That's Orville Redenbacher. Yeah, Raspberry. Where's I think Meri's mom was enabling that. Yeah, she was. Because from what I understand, when Meri would go and complain about Cody to her mom, like just, venting or whatever, the mom would send her ass back and say, look, that's your husband. You got to stay loyal and stay faithful, suffer in silence and all that. Dr. Carl explains it all. Said, okay, Kathy, taking off. Have a good one. Where's that at? Said, Dr. Carl said, oh, Meri signed an NDA. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see them having some of them sign the NDAs to try to keep a lot of the storyline between them secret. Because, without that, they wouldn't have a reality show. And even when they do the Friends with Friendly Fridays or the Friday nights with friends, her and Jen, they tried not to mention any of the other cast members' names because I think they're trying to avoid being sued. Because I can see TLC being highly litigious when it comes to anything concerning TLC or the show. So if you're giving away spoilers or information or revealing certain things, I can see TLC suing the hell out of them. You know. So, oh yeah, she's definitely divorced. I said, okay. So a lot of people mention it. There's some stuff in the works right now. So that might be something that could be. Oh, okay. SCJ 429. Cause this, I think if she wasn't brainwashed, she'd still be charmed by Cody's narcissism. Oh wow. Yeah, yeah. I think that because part of the thing with narcissists is that, like I said, they study people and they study behavior, and they do have a sense of charm. There is that, like, if narcissists didn't have that element of charm, they didn't have that element of study of people, and they didn't have the wherewithal to maybe ingratiate themselves to you, then you would never hear about a narcissist in a relationship. Like they wouldn't. Nobody would be like, oh yeah, I was in a relationship with a narcissist. I was married to a narcissist, or I dated a narcissist. When you first start going out, they're charming. They say the right things. They do the right things. They appeal to you the right ways. They give you enough information to where you think that, you know, wow, they're really in tune. This is really a nice person. They're the first person. The craziest part about it is that's what kind of makes my antenna go up now that I'm they got the pepper beard, the salt and pepper beard, but one of the things that make my antenna go up now is when people insist that they're nice people. When somebody says to you that they're a nice person, that's what narcissists are quick to say. They're quick to say how awesome they are and how great they are and how everybody likes them. Because that's how they see themselves. They don't see themselves like that. They build so much around the idea that they have to be liked. You know what I mean? I knew a narcissist. Story time! I knew a narcissist. This young lady who was a narcissist, I think has narcissistic tendencies. Never professionally diagnosed, so it's not fair for me to say she definitely was a narcissist. But, dude, she was trying to cheat with this dude. Like, this guy had a baby. He had a young lady who was his fiance. And she was trying to cheat with this dude, trying to throw it at him every which way possible because she thought he was going to be making money. She thought he had like a little rap career or whatever, and he was going to blow up because everybody was saying how good he was. And he had all these people who were interested in him. So she was trying to throw it at him every which way but Sunday, right? He just wasn't catching it. And she would do the photos and the pictures and the movies and everything. And the craziest shit to me, when I heard about it, was she, for the life of her, she's trying to get with this dude. She knows he has a fiance. She intentionally goes out of her way to try to become friends with the fiance so that she has a reason as to why she's trying to talk to this dude. Right? Then the fiance recognizes that the girl is just trying to get close to her so she can get close to her man. When she calls her out on it and tells her, like, I will beat your ass or whatever, this is like years ago. Look, young girls. I'll beat the hell out of you. If you keep messing around, you won't F around and find out. The young lady says to the fiance, I don't understand why you don't like me. Everybody likes me. It's like, what are you talking about? You're not only trying to take her man. At this point, you have reached a point, because it was that precipice. Like, there's a point where you're in high school, or when you're in like middle school, grade school, maybe even in college, like early college or in college, where you taking somebody's boyfriend or girlfriend, it's bad, but it's somebody that it's a love interest. They were at a point where you're messing up their life. You're messing with their life now. Because she has a baby with this dude. She has a child with him. So if you get him to cheat with you because this is something you want to do, you're affecting her life. And that's how she saw it. You're affecting her life. You're messing with my life. You're messing with my kid. And I have a problem with you. But the narcissist girl, she had no idea. She didn't know. She didn't know. I'm doing everything that I'm supposed to do. I talk nice to you. I compliment you. I tell you you're pretty. I do these things. I check these boxes, and I don't understand why you don't like me, because I'm doing all the stuff that you should like. So I don't understand why you don't like me. And that's the problem with narcissists. Narcissists know the boxes to check to get you to like them, but they don't understand why they're... They don't understand why they're doing what they're doing. Like, they know what they should do because this is the thing that they want to do, but they don't understand why they do it. Like, they don't feel the connection to doing the things where they're compelled to do the thing. They just know that this is a thing you do. And that's just the, oh, it's your birthday, the Minute Biscuit? I got something for you. See, even the Minute Biscuit, she said, James, they do. They are charming mother effers. Yeah, they are. Yes, they actually see themselves as such. But under it all, they do know who they really are. Yeah, per Dr. Carl Jung. And I did read Dr. Jung when I was in, because I don't have medical experience, but I do have philosophy. Yes. And I think that that's part of the challenge, though. Because even with Dr. Carl, what I would say is, to add to that idea, is that they do see themselves as good people almost like light and dark. When they see themselves in the light, or in the darkness of I'll say it dark that way. When they see themselves in the darkness of the shadows in which they conceal themselves, they see themselves as good people from the respect of, I'm doing all the things that I should be doing. I'm up on myself because I'm winning, because I'm doing all the things I should be doing. But underneath that, as you had said, they see and they know deep down that they're not accomplishing the thing that they want to accomplish. They're not that person. And one of the more dangerous things when you're dealing with people like this is the confrontation of the light versus the dark. When it's brought out and the light hits them and it's revealed that they aren't that person, and they have to face the reality that they aren't the person that they pretend to be, that's when shit gets wild. That's when it starts getting wild with them. And that's when it becomes way more unsettling. I won't use the word dangerous because that's a little that's a little explosive. But there is a true conflict there. And it is like when you listen to Carl, like even when we use like Cody as an example, when Cody talks about he's a nice guy, he's a good man, he wants to believe that he's a good man. Deep down, though, he doesn't think that he's a good man. That's part of the reason why he has to proclaim that he's a good man and try to reassure himself and others around him that he's a good man, because deep down he doesn't believe it. But he wants everybody. It's important for him to get everybody else to believe it, because if everybody else believes it, then maybe he's wrong. In that one instance, he's willing to admit that maybe he's wrong, that maybe he is a good man and he isn't a bad person. But he recognizes that there's a conflict there that he's fighting amongst himself. So when you come out and you give him evidence and example of how he's a bad person, then all of a sudden he has to come to the realization that he might actually be a bad person. And he can't handle that because he so desperately wants to be a good person. Like, this shit is crazy. And that's why I said from the beginning, early on, you got to recognize what you're fighting for and what winning looks like. You know, because you can fight and struggle with folks in this position. No matter how much you fight and struggle with them, you're never going to get them to understand that what they did is wrong, how it affects you, and how they can do better. Because they don't see the world or understand the world the same way you do. You know, Cody is never going to understand why him not going on that trip with his daughter Isabel was wrong. He's not going to understand it. The closest he'll come to understand that. Thank you so much, Vanessa. I appreciate that. $5 super chat. But the closest that he'll come to understanding why that would be wrong is him. The closest he'll come is because he didn't get the result that he wanted, and something negative happened. That's the closest he'll come. Like something undesirable happened for him. So the closest thing that he'll get to that was a bad choice is the fact that something didn't work out for him. But he doesn't understand like how it affects Isabel and why it was bad for her. Dr. Carl, what did he say? Exactly. That's why season 2021 we'll be watching Rob dismantle his false ego. Yeah. Yeah, this go. You know what? As much as I might like, one side of me is kind of looking forward to the that part of it. Another side of me will be remiss in seeing it because it's going to be ugly. She will slowly poke at each and every one of his vulnerabilities. It's going to get nuts. Yeah, yeah. And I don't think and I agree with that, Dr. Carl. And I don't think that he's going to be able to take it. Like, you think he's upset now? You think he's running out now? You think he's flipping out now? You wait till somebody close to him starts pulling him apart and holding up all the negative things that he's done. That's why it's so important when he talks about, like, we don't have the grace of, what do you say, the charity of secrecy or whatever the hell, however, the cloak of charity or whatever he called it, where basically the person that you're in a relationship is supposed to look out for you and cover for you and keep you from being revealed and be nice and give you grace with everything that you do and the things that you do wrong. They don't talk about it in public. That's why that shit is so important to him. But now he's put into a situation where people are starting to come forward and tell the truth, and he sees it as a betrayal and the ultimate betrayal, and they're not loyal and they're trying to destroy me and everything else. All they're doing is telling the truth. This is what happened. And I can't even tell people what happened. And all of a sudden, I'm a horrible person because I said what you did to me. I'm telling my story. I'm not telling your story. I'm not putting your business out. I'm telling people what I did, what happened to me, what I was going through. I can't even talk about my shit. Like, what? You know what I mean? And that's where a lot of these ladies are now. So it's just, from that respect, it's weird as hell. But it's going to be ugly. And you know what? And to Dr. Carl's point, he said season 2021. These reality shows, and this is just me being honest. These reality shows, they have no loyalty to you. If you are ever going to go on a reality show, please understand that. There's zero loyalty to you. It's about the money, baby. This is show business, and it's about the business. And nothing sells tickets like watching somebody like Cody get dismantled. Like having him ripped to pieces. Having a rich person's housewives of Atlanta or Rochester or Potomac or whatever, the Real Housewives or wherever. The whole draw of that show was to build women up, because everybody thought it was basically Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. Nay. It was Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous meets Hobo Row. Because we're going to build these people up. They're going to talk about how much money they have and how great their life is and how awesome everything is. And then when they talk about how much money they have, we're going to tear them down. And we're going to show everybody how broke they actually are. And how poor they are and how crappy their lives are. So first 2 seasons they on, my life is so amazing. My husband is the best. My life is the best. We so in love. We got all this money. He drives a Lamborghini everywhere we go. He's amazing. He got 4 of them. Then by the 3rd season that they on, He broke as hell. He cheating on her like a son bitch. They repoed all the Lambos. He about to go to jail because he been stealing money. You know what I mean? And that's what this show is about. And so this show, I think they're waiting for him to get taken apart. And they're setting it up. Says it's amazing. Shauna Leedy. Oh, Shauna, you're the one. Shauna did it. Yeah, all right, Shauna. You're the one I've been talking about you heavy, Shauna. Like, you're the one. It's amazing what happens when you decide you don't want to fight anymore. You don't give them the supply that they're looking for. Yeah. And that's when this shit gets crazy, too. Because when you stop, all of a sudden you're not, like, it's a weird cycle of energy. Like they want you to give them, they want you to give positive energy. Then you give them negative energy back. Then or they want you to give positive energy. They give you negative energy back. Then they want you to take that negative energy, internalize it, be affected by it, then try to win them over by giving them positive energy. They give you negative energy, and it's just cycle. And even if they're giving you positive or negative, it's just important that you're always involved with them, because the more you stay involved with them and the more you keep them in the center of your circle, whether good or bad, and you're talking about them and you're worried about them, if you're arguing with them, then you're drama. Oh, you drama, you toxic, and you messing my life up, and oh my goodness, what are you doing with all this stuff? And it's incredible how you always worried about what I'm doing, but you ain't worried about what you doing, and all that. And so just as long as it's going around and around them, they're fine with it. They thrive in that type of environment, positive or negative. But the minute you say, you know what, I'm done with this. This is some bullshit. I'm tired. I don't want to deal with this anymore. It's not enhancing my life. My life is not better. What did James say? What does winning look like? I keep fighting. I keep struggling. What am I getting out of this? What if I win? What am I winning? I'm done. And the second you say, you know what, I'm done. You got it. It's all you. Then all of a sudden you got a real problem. Because no matter how much they try to pull you in, their energy is gone. They need that energy. Because even when they're combating you and battling with you about you telling them that they're jerks and they're self-centered and they're assholes, the more you tell them that, the bigger jerk you are, the more drama you are, and the more toxic you are, and how you're messing their life up and complicating their situation. And the reason why they can't achieve the stuff they want to achieve is because you keep doing this stuff and you're accusing me about. And that's when it becomes problematic. At the Minute Biscuit, I thought it takes someone very cruel to say that on TV and not to say that to Meri directly. That was such a hurtful thing to say. Yes, it was. I think that's referring to when Cody was saying that he didn't want to be with Meri anymore. You know. But I can see it, because by him doing it the way he was doing it, it increases his pity points and increases him as a victim. By him saying that I don't want Meri and I don't know why she keeps coming around, then he's the victim because she keeps showing up. She keeps coming around. She keeps hanging out. I don't know why she's here. I keep telling her I don't want her to come around, but she keeps showing up. Oh my goodness, what am I going to do? I'm such a good guy because I don't want to break her heart. But, I'm just going to keep dealing with it because it is what it is. Oh, well, I'm so put upon. And then Meri, not, I love him. I'm going to hang out. I'm going to keep being around. I'm going to keep the family going. And he got her looking like a jackass. And then the reason he won't tell her, he'll go to her in private and, you have a chance. We could work this out. Have his lady come forward, Robin come forward. Yeah, y'all can work it out. Y'all should be together and all that stuff. And then next thing you know, Cody gets to be the victim because Meri keeps chasing him and he doesn't want her, but she keeps imposing herself on him and his family, So that's what that's about, and I can see that. So I can't cuss, I have to be sneaky. Uh, Stephanie said the only way Cody will understand how much he hurt his daughter, Isabel, is if he ends up in the hospital and needs surgery and he wants his kids there and they don't show up. I don't even think he'll understand that. It'll just be the kids are being assholes because they won't come and be with their father and I need them. Because it's kind of like the whole thing with COVID. Because you would think, like the guy, like, because even to your point, like you would think that the guy who sit there and say that I almost died in COVID, I was in the bed, I was on the floor, balled up, and I was crying, worried about my life. You know, you would think that while he was balled up and worried about his mortality, that he would be thinking about all the people that he wronged, how he screwed his daughter over, how even though I didn't go see my daughter get her back done, and I wasn't there for her at that time when she needed me because I was so afraid of COVID, I messed up and caught COVID any damn way. And now here I am about to die and I let my baby go across the country alone. You would think that that would be the time when he kind of, you know, that'd be a what they call a CJM, you know, come to Jesus moment. Like you would think that would be that, but not Cody. He just understood that he was hurt. You know what I mean? And they never came around and saw me. And Janelle, she was on vacation with Christine, and they never canceled the vacation and came and brought me my pills. Loves it, the secret ceremony stuff. Yeah, right. Dr. Carl, narcissist injury is exactly what she's going for. Excuse me. Worse than a knife in the kidneys. Let me say, this thing is moving kind of fast. It's hopping now. Their loyalty is to the money, yeah, right? With the money bags. Ooh, woo. SAD, she's going to head on for 50% child support and alimony. She's already laid the groundwork. Debt is done. Deed is done. Yeah, boy. Robin is no joke. Like, I don't know why he even playing around with her. I don't know why he's playing around with her. She gonna turn his pockets out. Turn the mothers out. Do, 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 do. It's gonna be disgusting when she get finished with him. Shut lady. I definitely don't think that they're soulmates. They're situation mates. The situation mates, yeah, right? Who bonded together for a common good. Now we'll start to implode on each other. Yeah, yeah. Well, because once the, what is it? They don't have a permanent. They don't have a permanent alliance. They have permanent interests. So as long as their interests aligned, they could work together. But now, especially with the money being reduced down from fives, they were getting all 5 checks. Now they only have 2 checks to deal with. And a lot of that money is starting to run. They're running through that money. Like I'm sure they looking at each other, and it's gonna get ugly. It's gonna get ugly. Couldn't happen to nicer folks though. Okay, The Sound of Freedom. I'll check it out. Ooh, Lizzie B. Shit, that sounds like Croy Berman and Kim Zolciak. You know what's crazy? For those not familiar, Kim, let me see if I can call their pictures up so everybody knows who we're talking about. Kim Zolciak and Bierman. One of the craziest things about them, I have her picture here. Oh, I got a pick a picture. They got her breasts hanging out. That's not gonna work. No, thank you. You know what I mean? No, thank you. We're not doing that. There we go. Oh wait, I gotta. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Kim Zolciak and Bierman, Croy Bierman. Croy used to pay for the Atlanta Falcons. Kim Zolciak been a gold digger forever. That was her position. Coming in at gold digger, Kim Zolciak. The funny thing about Kim actually joined the Real Housewives of Atlanta, and she had a guy who was she called Big Daddy. He was married. She was basically the side chick or sugar mama, sugar baby. I think it's sugar baby. She was his sugar baby, where he was paying for everything that she had. She was basically using him for everything he had, like his money and stuff. He wound up getting divorced. Didn't marry her. So she was single for a little bit. Then she met Croy. Croy played football, so she thought Croy had money. Croy had millions, so she wanted some of them millions. And then they started dating. The next thing you know, Croy's parents came in and were basically like, she using you for your money, yo. And he cut his parents off. You don't know her. You don't know my wife. You don't know our life. And he cuts his parents off. And it turns around. And as soon as that money started coming up short, all of a sudden, all the love, the passion, and she in fact, kind of like Cody, she had Croy adopt her kids. Like she had, I think, 2 kids from another relationship. She had Croy come in there and adopt her kids, adopt her daughters, and so now they tied into the money too. And they blew through Croy's bankroll because he doesn't play for the Falcons anymore. And apparently Croy didn't realize that once you stop playing, people just not going to show up and start handing you money. And so Croy, he was still spending money, built a house. He was driving a Rolls Royce and all this kind of craziness that he was spending money on. And then as soon as the money started coming up short, lo and behold, all of a sudden he starts having problems with his wife. And he didn't see it coming. You know why you got problems with your wife? Because she's there for the money. The money left. Okay? The money is leaving. And now that the money's leaving, she's saying to the money, hey, can I get a ride? And so she's ready to go with the money. So that when the money going, she going too. And that's kind of where I see Robin and Cody. When the money's gone, she's going too. The funny thing is, when you were getting with the OG3, and I said this, I've been saying this now for a little while. When he got with the OG3, these women were willing to be with him. Hell, these chicks moved into a fucking trailer with his ass. A trailer. They was living in a trailer with him. With paper thin walls, 3 wives, maybe switching bedrooms and shit, like the one wife of Cody just come and spend the night with him in the bedroom. That kind of stuff. They was struggling. They were straight struggling. They signed up for the struggle. Robin signed up for the TV show. You got Robin when you had a TV show lined up. And you were going to be on TV. And the money was coming in. And then as soon as you talked about you bought those houses in Vegas and you moved on to cul-de-sac and Cody had his name, and it looked like he was going to be rolling on top of 4 houses in Vegas. Then all of a sudden, Robin wanted to get legally married. And she wanted you to adopt her children. Then all of a sudden you adopt her kids. Y'all legally married. Everything is everything and it's so lovely. You move out to Arizona. You get everybody to sell their houses. You buy a bunch of land in Arizona. You get Cody's name all over everything. So that means your name is all over everything. And you going to have all this money. Plus you get him to buy you a mansion. And everything is lovely. And you think that these women are going to keep kicking in their checks to help you with your lifestyle. Because that's what you want. But then all of a sudden they get wise. They leave. Now it's just you and Cody. And Cody's about to hit struggle mode. Okay? And the problem that Robin is having, I think, with Cody and what's going to be difficulty in their relationship is that Robin's not trying to do struggle mode with his ass. What's messed up was his son's birthday. He called him and asked him about COVID, never saying happy birthday to his son. And I watched his son cry over it and hurt how he was and his own father. Was hurt by his own father. Yeah, that was actually terrible. That was terrible because my man, little Gabe be going through it. Like Gabe be going through it. Like he loved Cody so much, and Cody just totally disregards that boy. Let me see, Bree. Let's see. I feel like Cody thinks of her surgery and them wanting him there was a way Christine was trying to manipulate him for more time with him, which he doesn't think she deserves. That's true. But I'll take it a step further. When Cody may have thought that it was her attempt to try to get more time with him, but he saw it as a slight for a couple reasons. One, he saw it as a slight because it wasn't necessarily that Christine was trying to get more time from him, because in his mind, him and Robin are the perpetual victims. So Christine wasn't just trying to get more time with Cody. She's trying to deny him access to Robin and separate the two of them. You know, they're together like this and ain't nothing going to come between them. The other part of it is that when he offered or suggested that Isabel get on the plane by herself and go for the surgery alone, that wasn't because he just, wanted Christine to stay in Arizona because he had to have access to Truly. He wanted Christine to suffer. That was his way of punishing Christine. So, okay, fine. If you want to send her to New York to get her surgery, against my wishes and against what I want, then you can send her by herself and you can sit here in this house alone and cry because she's away. That's why he had suggested that. The problem he had, the biggest problem that he had, was that the biggest problem he had, I'm sorry, I got distracted. The biggest problem he had was, in this situation, he didn't have the levers of control to be able to stop Christine or force Christine to do what he wanted. The biggest problem that he had is that in this situation, Christine had her own money and she had her own ability to be able to do what she wanted to do. In many of these types of situations or these families, in these polygamous families, the wives don't have that level of autonomy to where they can decide to, okay, fuck it. If you don't want to go with me, I'm going to just take my daughter to get the surgery that she needs without you. A lot of these women aren't in that financial situation, so they don't have that ability. And from that regard, this is why I say, what's this, James? What happened? From that regard, I would say that many of these people, they feel about it. No one's thinking, how can Robin comfort me? Yeah, right. What's up, Rochelle? But nobody in it, like when I look at this situation, just to complete the thought, and I'll go back and find out what Rochelle was talking about. When I look at this situation with the sister wives and polygamy propaganda program, what I see is them telling us that this relationship, these types of relationships work, these relationships are good, these relationships are healthy, these relationships are awesome. But they ignore the fact that many of the people who are tied into these relationships, the relationships aren't good. They aren't healthy. They aren't awesome because they're dealing with guys who are like Cody, but they have more levers of power than Cody had. We were watching Cody equalized out throughout this show because the wives were getting paid the same amount of money Cody was getting paid, and their names were on the checks, and they were able to draw money and get money and be able to take care of themselves because they lived in separate households and they had their own separate money coming in. Many of the women in these types of situations, all their money is getting sucked in by the family, and they don't have their independence or their resources, so they get screwed. And in this case, Cody didn't want Isabel to go to get her surgery. Period. He didn't want her to go to get it. So she could have wound up so much worse, and it could have put her in a much more precarious medical situation because her back would have gotten worse by the time that Cody would have got around to saying, "Okay, I feel safe enough for us to be able to go." Oh well, we can't go this weekend because I got a wedding in in Oklahoma. I'm gonna drive 3 states away for. You know what I mean? 3-4 states away for. So. Yeah. When she had a guy she called Big Daddy. Yeah, that's the dude I'm talking about. When she first came on the show. Let me see. Oh, okay. The sound went dead. All right. I got it. Yeah, that when I put the pictures up, because I have to readjust my microphone or whatever. So when I put the pictures up, so that you guys know who I'm talking about, I have to do it in a way that I have to reconfigure everything because the Kremlins are serious. They are not trying to make sure I have a good time. Yeah, but a lot of this stuff is a mess. But Corey Bierman, I haven't thought about that dude in a while. Like, she divorcing the shit out of his ass. And they got a nice looking house, too. She about to take that bad boy. Well, it's not even so much she gonna take it because he doesn't have enough money to keep it. Robin watched Janelle say Christine. What is this? CB. What is this? Future Talkback? TLC should make Robin watch Janelle say Christine and David will sit on the porch with their grand. I wish they would have. I wanted to see that because I know they watched it. So they've already seen it. I hope they taped it. Because I know that dude lost his mind. Or more to the point, it's not even so much Cody would lose his mind. He would just go. When Robin would flip the frick out. Like, I'm sure Robin, her whole face probably fell off. What? And then Cody gets to say, yeah, nobody know you, Robin. Nobody knows you. This is James. Remember when Cody says, well, I can't be away from my family for so long. Yeah. I thought I was a family. That broke my heart. Yeah. And that was weird, too, because Christina said, yeah, he said during one time that this, that, and that. I'm like, he said that shit on the show. He said, I can't be away from my family. I can't be away from my kids. I got responsibilities. His exact words, I have it somewhere. I do have it. I pulled it up. Where he said, I can't be away from, I got responsibilities. I can't be away from work. And I got a family. I can't be away from, no man can be away from his family for that long. Like, what? You're going with your family. What are you talking about? Yeah, Janelle throwing shit. Yeah, Janelle's like one of them creeple kids. Like, you gotta watch her. Because when she throws shade, she don't just throw shade like, you know, I guess maybe it's more impactful because Janelle doesn't throw shade all the time. Like, she throws shade, like, you know, here and there. And then she'll defend some of it. But then she'll throw, like, crazy shade when she starts to get frustrated. And so, I don't think Cody was ready. You know, it's hilarious. Yeah, I'm going to get ready to get out of here, y'all, because it's getting late. So don't forget, tomorrow I will be back. Sorry for those typos. Got the hell with it. The typos, who cares? That's why I don't even play around my phone. I stopped looking at my emails on my phone, to be honest with you. Because the only thing I can do is read them. Because I turn around, fingers too big, and they say I'm typing all kinds of craziness. And then it self-corrects, which makes it even worse. Oh, Grammy, what's going on? How you doing? A little late, that's all right. I was about to roll out. Grammy in the house. What's up, what's up? I was just talking about you earlier. Oh, see? Oh, wait, hold on, let's see this. MJC 427. I had 4 screws and 2 rods put in my low spine. It was horrible for 2 months. Isabel had 4 times more than me. She needed her mom and dad. Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. And that breaks my heart every time I hear about it. Because she could have just... And the whole thing was, Cody kind of put it into a situation where it was all or not. So it was just basically... You know, zero-sum game. Oh, I can't leave my family for 8 weeks. You didn't have to leave them for 8 weeks. All you really had to do, and all I would have expected him to do, at minimum, like it would have been great if he'd have went the whole time and been able to walk with her to put her pin in the chart so she could leave the hospital. That would have been awesome. But at minimum. I would think in my mind that especially during COVID, because a lot of this stuff was being done remotely. If you were working, you could have did that shit anywhere. Hotel room, in the hospital, wherever. You could have did that anywhere. You didn't have to be sitting in Arizona to do that, to do the work that you were doing. But at minimum, he could have got on a plane with her, flew out there with her for the surgery, be there for when they sedate her, and they go to the hospital with her the night before, the hospital, next day, be there when they sedate her, be there during the time that she's in surgery, be there for when she comes out of surgery, and more importantly, be there for when she wakes up. And she can see you. That would have made her, I'm about to say it would have made her day. Shit, that would have made her life. That would have made her life. Like that would have been something that she would have remembered. Especially if you would have put it in context of, I'm making a sacrifice in order for me to come, but you know what, the hell with it, you are worth it, and I want to be there for you. So I'm going to clear my schedule, and I'm going to be there for you, babe. And if he'd have showed up, you'd have been dad of the century, and I wouldn't have been able to say shit. But since you didn't, screw you, bro. I'm talking mad shit about you. Forever. We don't just beef today, we beefing forever. Just scrap it. Wow, $49.99. Thank you so much. I gotta go to sleep. Starting to fade. Thank you, James, in the chat for another great live. Stay warm and tell your family members you love them. Yes, that's very important. They can be gone they can be gone in an instant. Rest in peace, son Zachary. Oh wow, Forever 21. That's real talk. You know, and we had talked about that before. Just scrap it. Thank you so much, Catherine. I appreciate you. $49.99 super chat. So that's awesome. Thank you. And it's also a great note too. Like, you know, make sure you tell people how you feel about it. What they say, give people the roses while they can smell them. You know, while they're here and they're present for them. And you want to, you know, because we had talked about that before, like even with Cody and his disagreement with his kids, that you always assume that, they better get it right because I'm not going to be here forever. They only got a little bit of time. I'm already like 50-some odd years old. I'll be gone soon. Yada, yada, yada. But you don't take into account that shit happens all the time. Young people go all the time. And as Just Scrappin said, You know, her son Zachary passed away when he was in college at 21. Like, shit happens. I knew guys who died when, you know, graduating high school, when I going to college. You know, I knew people in high school that, you know, going to funerals for guys I went to high school with. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's insane. Car accidents, things happen, you know what I mean? People do stupid shit. Stuff, you know, get in fights or whatever, and then things go wrong. Anything can happen. I know, like I said, story time. There was a guy who lived down the street from me. I think I told this story before. Lived down the street from me. He had a wife and he had kids. His wife was a housewife. He had a house full of kids. He went to work one day. Young guy, strapping dude. Strapping man. Strapping brother. Went to work one day. He was a carpenter or whatever. And a hammer fell off one of the scaffoldings, hit him in the head, killed him on the spot. You know what I mean? That nobody would have predicted that brother would have been gone. But you just got to take care of, you know, make sure you express yourself, tell people that you care about them while they're here. You know? You know, tell them you love them every chance you get. Because you might not, you know, there's some things you just don't want to walk around in life carrying. Like, you don't want to carry that shit around. And you could have said this, or you should have said that, or you should have took that time instead of having that argument. You should have tried to, it was a stupid reason why you wasn't talking. Take that fucking time. You know what I mean? It's me, Grammy in the house. No matter what I always tell my kids and my grandkids, I love them. I appreciate them. I'm proud of them. I also tell them when they need to grow and correct course too. That's right. That's part of telling them that you love them. And that's the hard part of being in love with people. Is that you know, you got to be sometimes you got to be the one at the guardrail. Tell them that they wrong. They messing up. You know, shit ain't going right the way they, you know, the reason why your life ain't turned out the way you wanted to is because you making mistakes. And here's how you can correct those mistakes. Sometimes you have to do that. Amy Ram, let's see. I can't imagine the horrible pain Isabel went through during that plane ride home. It was 3 weeks after a major surgery without her dad. That poor girl. Yeah. I mean, I give her credit. Because, I mean, even I knew people who had back issues like that, sclerosis. That shit is crazy. And if you've ever had back problems, like I had a sciatic nerve issue. Hurt myself in college. And I carried that shit around. Like, it seemed like once every year, or at least once a year, or once every other year, like something like my back would go. And like I'd have to go to the hospital and, you know, get the medicine and all that stuff. And every time that shit happened, I swear, every time that happened, I would legitly, story time, I would legitly be scared that this is the time I'm not going to walk no more. You know what I mean? Because I was hurt that bad. Like, I was like, there's no way I'm coming back from this. You know what I mean? I was hurt. Like, I was hurt. And that, what I was experiencing was bad. And the funny thing, like I said, I've had, I hurt my knee once and, you know, my shoulder, little issues with that, my arm. So I've had all that. And there's nothing like back problems. Because when you have back problems, there's no comfortable position. You can't lay right. You can't stand. You can't sit. You can't do nothing. And the second you do feel like you get comfortable, at least with me, the second I felt a little bit relief and I felt a little bit of comfort, all of a sudden I got to go to a damn bathroom. And then shit, now I got to get up and try to figure out how to get to the bathroom, crawl my ass into the bathroom, go to the bathroom, and then crawl my ass back. You know. It was terrible. And I went through nothing. My pain was nothing compared to what this little girl was going through. And I'm cognizant of that fact. My shit was zero compared to what she was going through. And the time that she went through it, like she was going through the pain she had, the pain she was living with, she lived with for years. And this dude sat there and pretended like he had no idea that she was hurt. Then when he finds out that she's hurt, how much pain she's in, and how long she's been going through it, which should have not have been a surprise because he was her parent, and supposedly he was around all the time, according to him, but he just found that shit out. Then when he found out, guess what? We could wait longer. Because what's the worst that can happen? Oh, maybe it won't get any worse like it's been doing. But then, unless, of course, it does, like she said, unless it does get worse, in which case I'm going to be even more hurt when they go in there and it becomes more risky for them to try to fix it. Oh, I don't understand why we can't wait. Let's wait another year. Maybe COVID. Because at the time, we weren't sure where COVID was or where it was going. When he was telling her she should wait to get the surgery, he didn't know whether they were going to open up in the next 6 months or if they were going to be closed down for the next year or 2 years. Maybe they would have got to a point where they would have told him no surgeries unless it was life-sustaining or life-saving surgery or operation. Zero admittance into the hospital. So he could have pushed her off to where she'd be waiting for years to get taken care of. But he didn't care. It was insane. And like I said, it was the most inconsiderate thing I've seen in a long time. Uh-oh, somebody else came in. Could wrap it up, but let me see. MJC 427. For 3 months, I seriously wanted to die, but now I'm doing good. I had a hysterectomy 2 years ago for uterine cancer. The back surgery was worse. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear about the cancer. I'm telling you, that back surgery is a mother. I couldn't even imagine. Like I never had my back split open. I never had that. But like I said, my shit was jacked up. I'm just saying, like, I'm testifying from my experience. My shit was jacked up. I was hurt. And I wasn't nowhere near to the point where it was like back surgery or I'm not even going to pretend that my pain was even in the same ballpark. Shit, we wasn't even the same sport. Okay. My pain was nowhere near that. And I'm telling you, it's nothing like it. It's nothing like it. And I'm just going off of my experience and knowing that my experience pales in comparison to what this little girl was going through. Shit. I'd have been out my mind. I'd have been out my mind with that pain that she was in. And then Mr. I'm gonna die having COVID by the sniffly face. And his daughter feels, her back is getting ripped out of a damn belly button and shit. Every day she's on a bus. And then he put her on the bus. She's crying to school and crying home because that dude's hitting every freaking pothole in the street. And every time they stop the bus, speed the bus up, start the bus, slow the bus down, she hurt. This shit is hurting her. But of course he don't care because it ain't him. Yeah, Stephanie, I can never forgive him. He couldn't go to my surgery, but he could go to a wedding during COVID and not practice 6 foot distance or a face covering. Yeah. And quiet as kept. And this isn't even I'm not trying to drag this into a whole political discussion, but the guy whose wedding he went to, Brian Colwell, he was a COVID denier, so he didn't even think COVID was real. So they weren't taking any zero precautions down there at the ranch. So you went from I don't speak to my kids and my family anymore because they didn't do a whole bunch of extra shit for COVID. And they weren't wiping down their mail and leaving packages on the steps for 4 weeks, buying groceries and leaving it out so the coyotes could eat it. They weren't doing that. So I can't deal with them. I can't talk to them anymore. But when it comes to the wedding, I can't miss this. So yeah, I agree with you, Stephanie. That's what tore the shit. Because that's what tore it. Because Christine was still in there. She was mad about Cody not going. But I think what really, cemented her decision she decided to leave. What really cemented her decision was when she found out about that wedding. Because I rewatched it, just so y'all know. Like, I rewatched it because I had to put the dance stuff together when I did that other video. And when you see Christine talk about it, and she was like, and then he went to that wedding, and now I'm mad. And she said it just like that. I was like, oh, shit. Bruh, like I said, you can't tell when a woman gonna be done. But she's done. Yeah. Like, I can't predict when it's gonna happen, but I can tell you when it does happen. Let's see, it's me, Grammy. You know what, James? That is something else I've always believed. It is as important for me to tell them when I make a mistake and apologize as for them to tell me when I did it right. That's right. Yeah, that's true too. Like, if you mess up, you gotta acknowledge it. Yeah, because and it also balances things out, because for, depending on your relationship, you could come off bigger than life in some instances to some kids, like, depending on what your relationship is. But you always want to bring it down to, like, we're in the same boat. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect. I make mistakes just like you do. And it's by example. Like, I can acknowledge when I make mistakes, and I can apologize for them, and I can recognize them, apologize, and we can move on. And this is how I conduct myself. So how I conduct me is how I expect you to conduct yourself when it comes to you dealing with me. So if I can recognize my mistakes, apologize, and move on from it, then you should be able to do the same thing with me. And you lead by example. So I totally agree with that. Totally agree with that. Lizzie B. But James, we were talking about the same man that didn't know that Truly was that sick. Yeah. And didn't stay with her at the hospital and went to Robin's house. That is my opinion. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he was fucking sleeping. Your child was in the hospital, on her way to the hospital. Well, bump that. To start, she was going to the doctors. She was going to the doctors because she wasn't feeling well. So she was already sick. I can't see Christine in a situation where, and it'd be sad if this happened, but I can't see Christine in a situation where she essentially says, I'm going to sneak Truly out to the doctors because she's obviously super sick and she's eyes are crossing and shit. And she's messed up and she's going bugging out. And I'm going to keep that a secret from Cody. I'm sure she told Cody, yeah, this is what's happening with Truly. I'm going to take her to the hospital. Cody said, okay, or take her to the doctor. Okay, well, let me know what happens. Let me know what they say. I'm going to go over to Robin's house and do some work. And he's up in her bed sleeping. And the fact that the insult of it all is that Christine would have to call Robin to tell Cody about her daughter so that Cody would care. She'd have to call somebody else and give them the information so that it would come from that person so Cody would recognize and hop his ass up and get over to the damn hospital. That shit is crazy. She was calling his phone. He knew she was going to the doctor. He was probably ignoring her phone call. So she had to call Robin to tell Cody that his daughter was going to the hospital. And she could have died. Crazy. And Toto 2. Oh, down there, Super Chat. You're a good man, James. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. I try to be, I try to be. Or at least just be human. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. The stuff that they do on this show, I wouldn't do if there were people I didn't like, you know what I mean? Like, if it was somebody I didn't like, and I heard, I've had people, story time. There were people who, or a person, I'll say it this way. There was a person when I had my second house, right? I had a house I bought like my first like house I bought. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, this is amazing, da da da. I'm fixing up the way I want it fixed up. And it was nice to me. It was nice to me. It was mine. Fuck you. You know what I mean? It might not be a mansion, but it was mine. Right? So I'm fixing the house up and I'm getting the house where I like it. And it was, nice. I redid the floors, hardwood floors throughout, and, redid the banisters. Beautiful, right? Painted the house. They had a fireplace, and the people had painted the fireplace white. It was a whole tragic thing, and I had to scrape the fireplace. And every day I would come in after work, and I would sit in front of this fireplace, and I would just scrape it down trying to get to the brick. I'm sorry. It's just that shit was traumatizing. And every day I'll come in there, I would go to the Lowe's and the Home Depot and ask the people, like, how can I get this paint off? Is there something I can buy to just get this paint off? And they would give me like orange peel or whatever the hell it is. I could, turpentine, anything, take this paint off. I'm trying all kinds of stuff. And the guy was like, you just gonna have to sit there with a brush. And I would sit there every day with that brush and scrape this shit. And I would do that. And this is my house, right? And I'll never forget, these people came over to the house. This person came over to the house. And they looking around. This house, this is okay for you, or something that they said. And then when I got my next house, they come back to town. They have a little house built in the neighborhood where I'm living now. Or not far from where I'm living, same town over. And they have a house built. And they say, oh, are you still in that same old house that you had before? Or did you lose it or whatever? I was like, no, I didn't lose it. I sold it. And now I have a new house. And they said, where you live? I was like, I don't live that far from you. I'm actually in a better neighborhood than you. So it's what it is. But I'll never forget that shit. Like, it's the idea that, when I did something that I was proud of, it was something that it was mine. And it might not have been, like I said, it was a nice house, but it wasn't like a mansion. And you want to look down on me because I'm not in a mansion. But then the second I move from that house and I move into the situation and we're about on the same level, now all of a sudden I'm important and it's all good to go. And as it turned out, that person, they had hit a financial hardship and they wound up losing their house. Right? And even when that happened, I still to this day, I feel actually kind of bad telling the story, but even to this day, I feel bad that happened to them. Like, even though they talk shit about me, they look down on me, they was wishing bad shit on me, they was wishing hateful, mean, nasty shit on me. I would never want that to happen to anybody, and watching Cody deal with these kids and the way he dealt with his wives, like, he dealt with them in ways that I would never deal with anybody. Like, I would want anybody to go through what Isabel went through. I wouldn't want Cody to go through what Isabel went through, even to experience that. And that loneliness, that destitution, like the idea that he sit up there saying, like, because the same way he would sit there and say, I suffered because of COVID and I felt so alone and I felt vulnerable and I felt like I was going to die and I felt like this was life changing and it changed the way I looked at life, etc., etc., etc. Isabel could have easily turned around and said, that's exactly how I felt when I went to go get my back operated on. I was afraid that when I went in there, I could die on the table. I was afraid that they would, go to do the back surgery and I would be crippled. I have a relative now who went in for a shot because she was getting a shot in her back and they paralyzed her. I mean, from the neck down, it's paralyzed. So when you talk about somebody splitting people's backs open, like, that shit is real. Like things turned out well for her. And it turned out good for her. And I'm thankful that it turned out good for her. But things could have went horribly wrong for Isabel. They could have went horribly wrong. Like, you see her now, she's healthy, she's tall, she's a beautiful child or whatever. But things could have went completely different for that child. And he wouldn't have been there for that. With Truly, they got lucky. Because usually with the situation that Truly was in, with the renal kidney failure that she had, people don't come out of the hospital with that. Well, they do come out of the hospital. But usually when they come out the hospital, they usually wind up in a long call. And then they wind up going from that long call to the church to a spot. You know what I mean? And pushing flowers up. So the Cody's been, like, the crazy thing is, as much as Cody sits around and complains about his life and the way things turned out, Cody has been blessed. He's been blessed because as much as he's a, fools and children. That's what mom used to say. The Lord looks out for fools and children. He's no child. But he doesn't realize how lucky he is with a lot of the stuff that's been happening to him. So, I mean, it's just something to think about. But yeah, it's just, people don't understand. Like, shit can happen to you quick. And life is fragile, and people are fragile. And so to take all that for granted is insane to me. Thank goodness for Percocet with a blood clot in my leg. Oh, wow. Take care of that. Hope you feel better soon. Demented Biscuit saying my friend died after back surgery. Yeah. Shit, I'm telling you, this shit is serious. Like, people, she just got a little back problem. It's not a big deal. I don't understand why we can't wait another 6 months. Because the more shit that they have to do, the more risk there is involved. The more they have to do, the more chances that they're taking. The more they're pulling on her spine to try to straighten her spine out, the more risk she is of being paralyzed, if not dying. Because at certain points in the spinal column, that shit controls your heart and your lungs and stuff. It's serious. Like, I don't know. I'm getting all worked up about it, but I'm just saying, like, it's just like watching them do this stuff is like watching a dude with a jackhammer play around with dynamite. Like, I don't understand what you're doing. There's not. Yeah, I agree with that, Ms. Lindsay. There's no excuses for it. There's no excuses. And a lot of it turned out okay. So the conversations seems like we're just nitpicking on Cody. And I'm sure that's how Cody takes it, that we're nitpicking on him. And social media says a bunch of nasty stuff and they have no idea what they're talking about. I understand situations. I understand because I've seen enough in my lifetime to understand the situation that Isabel was in. If they're cutting her open, if she's getting her back operated on, there is a possibility that she could have been paralyzed or she could have died on that table. There's a possibility. And it's not even a 1 in a million possibility. Like, oh, yeah, it's between that and hit the lottery. No, it's a real possibility. And I'm sure that's one of the things that they might not have ever said. Oh, don't worry about it. Live for love. Don't worry about that. I'm sure that's one of the things that they may never have aired on TLC, but I know that that's a conversation that doctor, when he was telling her, because they tell you beforehand all the negative stuff that could happen so that you have a right to know. So they give you that information to let you know what the side effects could be, what the potential hazards are, what the potential risks are before they engage in any surgery. They always tell you that shit. They give you a whole paper that you sign off on. Some of them papers that Cody was signing, where they said, we're going to have you sign these papers or whatever. That's what they had him signing. You're notified that that could lead to death, could lead to paralysis. This is a serious surgery. This is an invasive procedure, and it could have serious ramifications. Even though we hope for the best and we will try for the most positive outcome, there is a possibility that something fucked up could happen and your child could be altered or dead, moving forward. Do you agree? And that's what he signed off on. And the fact that he could stand there and sign that paper and be like, okay, yeah, I'll see you later. And then and even with that, he wasn't like, Okay, fine. You wouldn't even go to the surgery, which you're an ass for that. But you wouldn't even, when she's standing there, and you could tell by her positioning, her body language, and even the look on her face, the only thing Isabel wanted him to do was reach out and give her a damn hug and tell her it's going to be okay before you went off to send her to go get her surgery with her mama. But I gotta be careful because I don't want to risk getting anybody at my house. I don't want to risk my family. You're already sitting 2 feet from Isabel anyway. So if she got it, if Christine had it when she gave you the papers and you was filling the papers out, you got it. So what are you doing? Go ahead and give your damn daughter a hug. I don't know. Yeah. I know. You know, I don't know. And then he referred to the back surgery as a vacation, just like he referred to them going to see their kids. That's where Janelle and Christine were going. They were going to see their kids. They weren't going around the world just licking toilet seats. Like the way Cody was talking about them. Oh, you guys ain't paying attention to the COVID guidelines. You know, he was acting like they were out there just licking toilet seats at public restrooms, going in the urine, like them, what do they call them, them outhouses. You know what I mean? Just walking in there, just licking his toilet seat. They weren't doing that shit. They were taking care of themselves. They were going to see their family. They were going to see their kids. Especially, we're going to see their kids because, like they said, you weren't coming around to see them. So what were they sitting in the house waiting for? You know what I mean? Live for Love said, yes, normally the wives don't have the resources to leave. And that's what I was talking about. Like, that's where I'm kind of hardlining. Just as a reminder, I'll be doing a okay, Cat K. I see you. I'll be doing tomorrow. I'll be on live with Reality Amanda and Reality Squad. So Amanda and Sarah Howe from Reality Squad. We'll be doing OG3 trifecta, reality trifecta tomorrow. So we'll be collabing tomorrow at 7 Eastern Standard Time. Same bat time, same bat channel. So we'll be doing a live tomorrow. Talking about I think the plan is we're going to go back to season 1, episode 1 to talk about that, and I guess from the perspective of where we are now, looking back to where they are, where they ended up, and the inconsistencies of it. Hey, what's happening, Cat K? So we'll be doing that, but yeah, I think a lot of that when we talk about like the resources that the normal families have. I've always held out that the Sister Wives show on TLC is the polygamy propaganda program. That's what I call it, because it presents this alternative lifestyle as a healthy, maybe not a healthy, but just kind of an offbeat, normalized version of regular relationships. It's just like us, just like everybody else. And then you sign up for it, and then you're in for some foolishness. But you don't realize that they're in the best possible situation and positions in the relationships that they have, the way they're conducting them, because they all have their own place. They all have a resource of money that gives them autonomy so that they're able to function separately from each other. And as I mentioned earlier, with the with Isabel's surgery, Cody didn't want Isabel to get that surgery, but because of the resources that were available to Christine, she was able to decide for herself that her daughter was going to have the surgery. In a traditional polygamous family, or I should say normally in these types of households, the wives don't have these resources, so they don't have the autonomy to be able to make these decisions for themselves. So they're locked into whatever the husband or the patriarch wants in that position. So in Cody's case, he didn't have the ability to tell Christine that she couldn't go. He didn't have the ability to tell Isabel that she couldn't get the surgery. So he just had to kind of go along with it and look like the bad guy because he didn't want to go. But in a normal situation, he would have told her, you stay your ass home. Isabel, deal with it. I'll see you on next week when I come through for a half hour. And that would have been that. So we're going to have that conversation tomorrow. Exactly. Most people don't have. Most of the people involved in this don't have these types of privileges. And you know, it's not like shit. Like we're gonna keep it all the way in stack because I like to be honest. Most people in this country don't have the ability to be able to do that. Like if you're a married, you know, most married people don't have the kind of resources to where one can just make this kind of decision for themselves. You know, and that's just in a regular relationship. That's not even just polygamy. That's just regular relationships. You know, they making like major moves. I'm gonna buy a house. Like you know, married with Lizzie's in. My family wants that house. I'm gonna buy that house, and I'm just gonna have it separate from my family home. Most people can't do that. Most people can't afford a house for themselves. Forget like extra houses just to sit empty. Maroney Jessup, yeah, okay, the punk rock policeman. I did hear of him. On TikTok knows Cody and the family. He used to support Cody in the beginning. Now he says Cody is an embarrassment to all of them. Yeah. I think, well, because I think it fell to the idea that he was presenting them in a way that was acceptable to them because it was in a shining light. And he did have a level of popularity in the beginning. Like people liked the sister wife thing. And it seemed like, you know what, I'll do a comparison. I'll give you guys a little bit of a sneak peek of what I plan on talking about tomorrow. There's a show called Power. 50 Cent, Curtis Jackson, the rapper, he produces this show called Power, in which is basically the Power. It's the Power Rangers of drug dealers. Like they make it seem like, and that's the way it's kind of always been held out, that this was an option, that these guys are all like fantastic people. And we do that traditionally in this country as like we take villains and make them heroes. So like vampires, like they live forever. They're forever young. They're good looking. They're rich. They just sit around the house wearing black clothes, brooding. And who doesn't look good in black clothes? It's amazing, right? And we hold it out that it's a great thing and it's a wonderful lifestyle, but they don't talk about the realities that would be associated with that lifestyle. If you were out selling drugs, like most cases, you're not going to be the big guy who owns the nightclub who's making $50 million a week. You'll be the guy who's standing freezing your ass off on the corner, taking all the risks, possibly being shot at, arrested, or killed for this little bit of chump change where you can barely afford to stay in an apartment with 4 other roommates. You know, that's the reality of it. But that we don't tell people that reality. You give them the life is so wonderful and isn't it a great reality? And you sell it in that way. That's the same thing they did with this polygamy stuff. Like, oh, you have 4 women and you have these 4 options and all these women are on your side. Da 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 da. Okay, BZH. Have a good night. And you tell them there's like all this great stuff is going on and all the options and all these kids. You have access to all these kids and you always have babysitters and you're never alone and you always have people looking out for you. But what you find out later on is that they were all full of shit. They didn't like each other. They didn't deal with each other. They weren't helping each other. You know what I mean? And the people who were helping each other out of necessity. Christine and Janelle, their relationship and their bond was formed out of necessity, not necessarily out of like and desire for them to get to know each other because they felt this tie and this bond to each other. They needed each other. And I'm not saying that they're not friends or they're not close now. I'm just saying that their relationship is built on a foundation of need and survival. And so when they're desperate and they're trying to survive, if this show would not have taken off, would the family still be together? Possibly. Because they would have held on to each other because they would have been struggling through the whole thing. Would Robin have been part of the family? Probably not, because I don't think she would have joined the family if Cody and family was still struggling. I think, to be honest with you, if I'm going to keep it all the way 100, I think that the reason why it took so long for Robin to actually ask Meri to get divorced from Cody so she could marry Cody and become the legitimate wife was because she wanted to make sure that the show was actually going to work and was going to be on TV longer than 2 seasons. Holla at your boy. Holla at your boy. You know, I'm just saying. And I agree, Cody should have been there when she woke up. Yeah, he should have been there when she went to sleep. He should have been there when he woke up. And if he had to leave earlier, then it just would have been what it was. Uh-oh. Celeste 618, hit me up and send me a email. So I'll talk to you about that. But yeah, I'll just say that. But hopefully you guys can join me tomorrow, because we're gonna be going through some of this stuff. And hey, because I'll be talking about love after lockup, Celeste. So yeah, hit me up. Yeah, guys. So let me know. I'm going to be doing some more stuff. I'm going to be expanding some of my horizons a little bit. So hopefully you guys can join me. I will separate things out for the people who enjoy the sister wives conversation but aren't necessarily interested in 90 Day and Love After Lockup or whatever. I get it. Because to be honest with you, that's one of the complaints I have about 90 Day Fiance. They have gotten themselves into a situation where it's too many spinoffs. It's too much shit for you to keep up with. Too many couples and too many people, and you got everybody everywhere, and it's too hard to keep up with it because you'll be doing nothing but watching 90 Day Fiance. So I understand why a lot of folks are kind of shying away from that show. But again, the way that I will try to approach it will be to talk about the issues that each couple faces in a specific issue. So talk about it in general as an issue and use the couple as an example to bridge the gap so that we can talk about that issue and have something to see as an exemplar so that we can further that conversation. So hopefully you guys will join me for some of those. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with a player. Hopefully you had a good time. Hopefully you had fun. Let me just make sure my thing is up. All right. So make sure you guys check me out, and please hit that like button on your way out. If you're not yet subscribed, subscribe. It's fun to do. Make sure you ring that bell for notification. Also, don't forget, I am on Facebook and Instagram as MyTakeOnReality, and I am on X or Twitter, old Twitter, what they call old Twitter. I'm on old Twitter as the official, what is it? I keep forgetting. Twitter, I keep forgetting. I'm terrible with Twitter. Okay, there it is. Okay, on Twitter or X, I'm at the official MTOR. So if you guys are on Twitter, hit me at the official MTOR, My Take on Reality. And for the other two, Facebook, Instagram, I'm on under My Take on Reality. Hit me up on those. Also, because I know some of you aren't being notified when I drop on YouTube or when I post on YouTube, when I do stuff. I've started already posting my videos. When I drop new videos, I put them up on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. And, well, not Instagram, but because Instagram won't do it, but definitely on Facebook and Twitter, or X, whatever. And I will be dropping up more information about the Patreon and all that stuff. But thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate you so much. That's my take. I'm James. This has been My Take on Reality, and I'm out.